ask you to do that. Thank you. And can I also ask the protocol, if there are people who are still outside, to call them to come so that we get started? Right. Right. So, distinguished guests, esteemed colleagues, researchers, and educators and participants, welcome again to day 3 of our conference themed Building Sustainable Future through Pedagogical Innovation, Inclusion, and Resilience. Over the past 2 days, we've engaged in insightful discussions, we've shared innovative practices, we've learned in both formal and informal ways. We've made connections, and this has been so far a very enriching experience. We've shared practices, innovative practices, reflection on the ways to strengthen education systems that are sustainable and responsive to the current to the current issues that our education systems are facing in order to prepare a more sustainable future. As we begin the final day of the conference, we look forward to more enriching program of learning and collaboration. And to officially start this day, it is my pleasure to welcome the Principal of the College of Education, Prof. Florien, to give us, to deliver the opening remarks for this day. And so, please join me to warmly welcome Prof. Florien to deliver his opening remarks. Prof. Florien, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Good morning. So I think I have come to this stage several times, and this is the 3rd time of the conference, and I expect that you are familiar with me. Those who are new in this conference, probably who couldn't join the previous 2 days, please, you are most welcome, and be ready to learn and also share your experience. Once again, it is my pleasure and an honor to welcome and speak to you all as we start this last day of our conference with an important symposium on whole school mindfulness interventions to promote child and adolescents well-being in Rwanda, but also in sub-Saharan Africa. Mindfulness, it's not a long time that I have learned about it, and I imagine also that for most of you, it's not a familiar term. and I hope we shall learn from the presenters what really it is and when it is applied in our school settings. But to ensure that whenever I talk of mindfulness in my speech, you know what I'm talking about, I tried to ask our good friend, Google AI. Currently, they provide, good definition. It's up to us to analyze, to check whether they make sense. I once again apologize, but I'm going to read it the way I retrieved it from those open resources. Mindfulness is the ability to be fully present. I hope you are present, right? We need your presence. To be aware of what we are and what we are doing. So please ensure that you know where you are and why you are here. And not to be too reactive, right? You have to stay calm, cool, I don't know. Don't feel overwhelmed of what is going on, right? Have a settled mind. So mindfulness involves reflecting about one's thoughts.
On this note,
Check
press
your
Control
mind. What is it telling you? And your feelings, and don't judge yourself. Feel well, not good, not bad, be in between. That is mindfulness. So nowadays, school systems should be designed to ensure that every learner, I mean our children and our young adults, they don't like to be called the children when they don't think they are children. Neither they don't like to be called teenagers or adolescents. They prefer that we call them young adult, right? So that is a terminology. So every learner should get an opportunity not only to academically succeed, but to also feel a sense of social belonging. Of course, a school is an organization, but at the same time, it is built on the theories of social groups. This emphasis is put forward considering an undeniable fact that we currently navigate in an era marked by rapid social change. It's happening, it's a reality. Economic pressures of various types, technological transformation. We have been talking of AI, and some of us, we are scared. Climate-related changes and various types of conflict worldwide, and including even in our families. If creating and securing a predictable future for our current and next generation is a goal, then the mental and emotional well-being of our children and young adults must be an urgent priority. It is true that in Rwanda and across sub-Saharan Africa, young people constitute a big proportion of our populations. They represent our greatest resource and our strongest hope for the future. Then we see that despite that big representation, many of them may be facing challenges that affect their emotional health, academic achievement, social development, and overall quality of their lives. Anxiety, stress, trauma, perceived social exclusion, and other mental health concerns increasingly demand our attention, but most importantly, our action. Cannot just acknowledge that something is happening and we don't take some action. In this context, mindfulness interventions, now I'm sure that you understood what is mindfulness, could offer promising opportunities by cultivating self-awareness, emotional regulation, resilience, empathy, and focused attention. Mindfulness-based approaches can complement existing educational, health, and community programs. They can equip children and young adults with practical skills to manage stress, because school is a stress-generating environment. We have to ensure that we support our learners. Build positive relationships and develop the confidence needed to meet life's challenge and personal goal. Mindfulness intervention should consider cultural diversity. Not everyone at school subscribe to the same culture, so a school is a community of diversity. Not every learner expresses the same needs, therefore, settling their feelings may require individualization and inclusion. We must recognize the unique cultural, social, and economic realities of learners and their affiliated societies. Effective interventions would require creativity for contextualization. They cannot simply be imported from elsewhere. They must be informed by local knowledge, cultural values, community strengths, and evidence generated within our own context. In my understanding, the promotion of child and young adults' well-being in our school would require collaboration across sectors: education sector, health sector, social services, community organization, and government institutions. By working together, we can generate evidence-based solutions that are sustainable, scalable, and impactful. I do hope that this symposium on whole school mindfulness interventions will provide an invaluable platform for us to exchange ideas, share experiences, and explore innovative, culturally responsive approach that can make a meaningful difference in the lives of our children and young people. I encourage you all to engage openly, learn from one another, and reflect on the current and expected interventions, aiming to promote personal and social well-being of learners in our school systems. Let's use this symposium not only as a forum for discussion, but also as a catalyst for action. The insights generated here should have the potential to influence policies, practices, and improve outcome for countless children and young people in our schools and local communities in Rwanda, across Africa, and beyond. On behalf of our Universal Rwanda College of Education, and as we open this today's session, I extend my sincere thanks for the organizers and the presenters, and to you all participants, whose presence and active participation for me stand as a greatest contribution to ongoing discussion, to harness mindfulness in our school system. Your commitment, I do hope, to advancing the well-being of young people is expected now and going forward. I invite you all to be ready for reflection, fruitful deliberations as we follow and participate in the various presentations. Thank you for your attention. I know in the program there is an item that is not mentioned, but if the MC of today and you as audience, you can allow us. I have liked mindfulness, and I know that in this room we have people who can just introduce us to mindfulness, not in the definition, but in practice, in kind of demonstration. Is there any person? I do hope. A volunteer. We learned that in mindfulness, we don't judge, we don't do anything, just we do it. No person? I'm disappointed, but I hope we shall have someone. Okay, thank you for your attention, and we can proceed.
Thank you so much, Principal, for those insightful and encouraging words. As we begin this final day of our conference, and I think it's a very good idea. It's been a very good idea to end the day, the conference, with a very appealing theme. Right. Dear Principal, someone has agreed to volunteer demonstrating mindfulness. Francois Nkurunziza, if you'd like to come to the stage to demonstrate mindfulness in practice. Yeah. Can we please a round of applause for him? Yes, please.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Francois Nkurunziza. I'm a community representative in this project you are talking about. We are going to do hands-on desk practice. This practice, it is an invitational. So I'm going to invite everyone to sit comfortably. Yeah. As I said, it is an invitational. I invite everyone to sit comfortably and put aside the object that you have. You can close your eyes if you want. Mine were still open to control the security here. Then put your hands on your laps. I invite you to feel the temperature on your laps. Is it cold? Is it warm? It's okay. I invite you also to breathe. Breathing in, breathing out, breathing in, breathing out. Before we end this practice, I invite you to stand up and relax a bit. Thank you.
Yes, what great way to introduce us to the mindfulness approach. Can we thank them again? Join me in thanking them again for this demonstration, a very good one. You know, as a researcher on promoting mental health in school settings through social and emotional education and well-being, I've learned that there is no sustainable future without taking care of mental health. And mindfulness is one of the innovative approaches and practices that address mental health. Now, this will take us now, I think it's going to be a good transition to the in-depth of our symposium today. And to know more about it, to have an overview, the objective of the symposium, I would like to invite the coordinator of NIHR to come to give an overview. And please, can we welcome Prof. Wenceslas to give us that overview? Thank you.
Thank you, Ernest. Yeah, principal, participants, all protocol observed. Good morning. Yeah, I am here just to give an overview of today's symposium. But first of all, I would like to say that we are working in a consortium under this project, NHR, and see that the National Institute for Health and Care Research, NHA, funded by UK. And the partner institutions are University of Aberdeen in the UK, Addis Ababa University. I think we have a representative from Addis Ababa. Please, keyboard, Dr. Q, can you stand and delay for recognition? For UK, we hope we are going to have Professor Pamela online. In a few minutes, we are trying to connect with her. Hope that it will work. Yeah. And then there is also University of Rwanda, of course, College of Education. Colleagues who are working with me at the College of Education, please, can you stand up and Dorothy Ari? Yeah. But you have also the colleagues from the University of Rwanda, College of Medicine and Health Sciences. Do I have some of them here? Clarice Ivan, and Jean-Paul, who is from the College of Arts and Social Sciences. Dr. Jean-Paul. This is the team. Others who may come, may join us maybe later, because they are not yet here as I can see. The next slide, please. The symposium is named or titled Evaluating a Cultural Adapted Whole School Mindfulness Intervention to Promote Child and Adolescent Well-Being in Sub-Saharan Africa. The principal has already put us in the mood, and he's already very much updated on this. So, meaning that presentations, which are going to follow, this is the focus for those presentations. We have a keynote speech, followed by presentations, and then at the end, this is where we are going to have a panel session, a panel discussion. So we hope that you will be able to learn much more about what is mindfulness education, but also what is called critical realism, which is the literature underlining our research. Please, next slide, please. Why this research? Why have we really envisaged to conduct this research? What is the context? What is the challenge? So, we are saying that there are rising concerns about children and adolescent mental health globally, not only in Rwanda, but across regionally, even worldwide. And mental well-being influences learning outcomes, school participation, social relationships, and future life opportunities. So this is why we need really to have a close eye on this. And then there is also a limited evidence-based mental health interventions in Sub-Saharan Africa. We hope that by the end of our research, we'll be able to have evidence, evidence-based research. And then there are existing responses focusing on treatment rather than prevention and well-being promotion. It is better to prevent before things go wrong. The next slide, please. Why schools? Why are we working with schools? Everybody here has undergone schooling, meaning that it is very important to focus on schools. We have been working with the feasibility school. I think the teacher of feasibility school is with us. Please, can you? Yeah. You? Then also we have the intervention school, and the teacher represented here also, presenting the school, and then the control school, I think also is with us. These are these Grupo Escolar Chapa, Grupo Escolar Rwasa, and Grupo Escolar Bugarama. They are all based in the Burera district, because this is where our research is being implemented. So why schools? We are trying to say that school provide daily access to children and adolescents. This is where our children are spending their days. Opportunities to early intervention from pre-primary to primary, ordinary, advanced level, they are there. So school is really a very important opportunity to conduct research on well-being, mental well-being and mindfulness. Then platforms for creating supportive learning environments, they are there in the schools. And the potential for sustainable, scalable interventions. This is very important. May, even upon completion of the research, we need to see how we can scale up the interventions. So, the guiding question is, how can schools contribute to promoting mental well-being in cultural, appropriate, and sustainable ways? Whatever we do, we need to customize the approaches, the theories, and even the practices. Because we cannot import what has been done, maybe in the Western, as it is. You have to make an effort to customize and adapt to the political, social, cultural context. Next, please. The next slide is showing us the goal. What is the project goal? Overall goal is to design, implement, and evaluate a culturally adapted whole school mindfulness intervention for children aged between 7 and 15 years. Actually, it is even before advanced level. So, in Rwanda and Ethiopia, we are working closely, Rwanda and Ethiopia. And this is why maybe even findings may take some time to be really validated and even disseminated, because we have to make sure that what we are doing here is more or less almost equivalent to what is being done in Ethiopia. So we are working closely together. 4 research phases. The first one is about context and situational analysis. This was done, and the objective is to understand child well-being and school environment. It is like scanning, SWOT analysis. Then, second phase is to design and the training teacher educators. This one, we did it also. We have trained people, not only in the College of Education, but also in the TTC Kirambo. And then we trained also teachers in those schools, like the intervention, the control, but also the feasibility school. We have been training them. They are already equipped, empowered with the knowledge, skills, and attitude about mindfulness education. Then implementation. Once you have the plan, you have to go there and then start implementing what you have already done. Then the research approach, because it is a research grant, a research project. It is a critical realist framework, as I have already said, and Professor Pamela will introduce us into this approach, which is likely to be new for some of us, and we are sure that after maybe the keynote speech, we'll be able to to retain some ideas and principles of this critical realist framework. Then, as I have already said, it is a multi-country collaboration, Ethiopia, Rwanda, but then it is also mixed method design, both quantitative and qualitative. Next, please. Next slide. We need to know maybe the content of the symposium. What does this symposium cover? And even the presentations which we are going to follow, they are listed here. It's like a list of the presentations which we are going to follow in a few minutes. So the key themes presented in the symposium, there is understanding what works, critical realist synthesis of global mindfulness literature, then the context, first of all, as I have already said, and then school audits, contextual analysis in Ethiopia. We are working closely with Ethiopia. There is what we call political economy analysis. This also is a presentation which are going to be delivered here. Then, as I have already said, there is an intervention, and then there is a plan and a training process. This will be also presented in this symposium. Then we have also a presentation on correlates of pupil well-being and a presentation on preliminary findings from intervention trials. This one is very important because as you're approaching the end of the project, we need to have concrete findings, even to be shared with stakeholders. And as we look ahead, we need also to engage in community, like the parents, the local leaders, including the district and the sectors, and so on and so on. Then the last item will be the panel discussion. Maybe there is one slide remaining, then at the, thank you. Please, webmaster. Next. Yeah, this is. Yeah, the emerging contributions and the future directions. The contributions for the project, maybe I am even repeating what I have already said. The repetition is the mother of learning, especially when you are learning. Educators in mindfulness education, then improve the understanding of school well-being ecosystems, policy makers are also concerned with this. By the way, we had even last time a policy event, and it has been successful. We hope that even we could also have a second one, if means allow, in the future. Then, as we look ahead, let us try to strengthen school-community partnership, embedding well-being. This one is very important. If we can embed the mindfulness education in our programs, at the university, maybe at the college level, but also at the lab, Rwanda Basic Education Board. This one would be very useful. Then advancing cross-country research collaboration. Collaboration is always very important. If we collaborate with Ethiopia, then why not even in the future, we can extend to other countries. As a takeaway, the last slide, but the takeaways will come even after all the presentations. But I'm saying that promoting child and adolescent well-being is not only a health priority, it is also an educational and development imperative. Then schools can play a transformative role when interventions are culturally relevant, evidence-based, and sustainably embedded within everyday practice. Thank you. I hand over to Ernest.
Thank you so much, Prof, for this good overview. I think it's actually more than an overview. It demonstrates some of the things that are really relevant to the theme of the conference in terms of sustaining school-based interventions, the systemic and the systemic approaches, making them culturally responsive and partnerships and many other approaches. So the learning continues. The next item on the program today was going to be the first presentation, but I'm told that the presenter is not ready, as they were supposed to present online. As now we try to get her connected, we now first go to to take a health break. So we're going to our usual places where we take tea break, and then we will get Pamela connected to deliver the next presentation. I don't know whether we need to time this. Can we? How long? Going to have 30 minutes for this next break, and I've been reminded that it's part of mindfulness to have a health break. So enjoy your break. See you after 30 minutes. Thank you.
No, for some reason, I don't know how to use live captioning on WebEx, so I'll put live captioning on my computer generally. Okay?
Yeah.
Okay,
Yes.
so what were you saying?
So I was just saying that they were waiting for you and they'll come back in 5 minutes.
When was 5 minutes?
So 9:20. They're coming back at 9:20.
Yeah. Okay, lovely, thank you.
Yeah. But you are okay, right? Are you okay?
Pardon?
Are you doing okay?
Not really, no.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Hello? Are you talking to me? Sorry. No, it's talking to the audience.
Hello. Hello. This is Benjamin. So can you hear me? So you can hear me, please.
Yeah, well, I can read what you're saying.
Yeah, I'm in charge of techniques. So I want to be sure that we can hear you and can see you. We can see you, of course, but I want to be sure that you can hear us. I'm grabbing the microphone, so I'm sure that you can hear us, okay? Let's see. Hello. I'm just checking. Hold on. Hello. 1 2. 1 2 mic test. 2. Oh my gosh. So we have a problem. Hello. 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 Hello.
Yeah, I can hear you. Yeah.
Hello. 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 Yes, we are now checking. So can you hear us? Hold on.
Yes,
I'm tweaking just something. It will be okay shortly. Okay.
okay.
Okay. I think it is becoming more clear and clear. Right? So you can hear us, huh?
Yes, we can hear.
Yeah. So, I think. Okay. So can you present so we can see the presentation, for instance?
Right, can you put the presentations up, or do you need me to? Because I've not used WebNext before, so I'm a bit,
I
I'm
can do
not
it.
familiar with it.
I can do it, Pamela. With the panel one, right?
So that means
Can
you
you
want
put the
us to.
presentation, yeah, so it's presentation one,
Yeah.
okay? Yeah,
So you
okay,
from here, right? You want us to present from here, right? Or you can present yourself from your computer.
I
Both
can
are
present
possible.
it for her.
If you present and
Okay,
share
I
a
can
screen,
present it.
I
Have-
want to present from you, so I'd like you to put up the
Oh,
presentation
okay.
if you
So
can,
let-
Benjamin.
let me
Thank
put
you.
the presentation from here. Then you will just instruct us when we click the next. Okay.
Yeah, I'll do that.
Let me see. Day 3. What's the name? I can see I have 2 Pamela, 3 Pamela. So I use 2. This the first one, the first presentation. So let me just share it. Oh my gosh. Let's see. Okay, here we go. Then I just share it. Screen 3. There we go. So I shared the screen.
Right, thank you, Benjamin.
Have you seen it?
Are you ready for me to start?
No, they are still in a just break, tea
Yeah.
break, so they are almost coming back. We will just give you sign
Okay.
when they'll be there.
Okay, thank you.
All right.
welcome back. Welcome back. I can see people are trying to take seats. I encourage you to be in your seats as we proceed with the next presentations. I'm hoping that you've enjoyed your health break, and now we are learning to practice mindfulness, and that we're going to integrate mindfulness not only in our daily languages, but also in our practices, as that enhances or boosts our mental well-being. Now, we're going to have a series of presentations, and the next one is going to be about transforming pupils' well-being through a whole school mindfulness intervention. And we have the honor of having a presenter, Pamela Abbott. I will not say much about her, but to do that, I will invite Prof. Eugene to come to the floor and introduce Prof. Pamela and welcome her to deliver the first presentation. Welcome, Prof.
Good morning, everyone. I hope others are coming, because before break time, I could say a good number of people now. They seem to be reduced, but I hope they are coming wherever they are. Before I introduce Professor Pamela Abbott, I hope she's on the screen. I would love to reiterate or see if I've learned anything from our principal of his evaluation of mindfulness. One of the things that he cautioned us is know who we are. And I would answer that from the Socrates statement that life without reflection is unworthy living. And so we've got to be mindful by reflecting to all our aspects of life. Number two, to answer your question, dear principal, also asked who we have to be to know who we are. In other words, evaluating our emotional growth. Therefore, I would say personally, everyone will answer to him or to herself. Personally, I would say what I've learned, I am cool, calm, and collected. Like I'm still. Those who know I'm still, cool and collected. Therefore, from that kind of evaluation, I would say we are honored to welcome Professor Pamela Abbott, who is known to many of us. Professor Pamela is not new to us at all, particularly in Rwanda. And today, she's going to have 2 presentations. And we kindly request her, due to time management, she will present both of them continuously. In other words, presentation 1 will smoothly phase into the second one, after which then questions from the audience will follow, if at all they are there. So, Professor Pamela Abbott brings a unique global perspective on creating supportive and inclusive learning environment. Her insights, as you could hear, highlight how whole school approaches to mindfulness can strengthen meaningfully to the broader vision of a sustainable development through education. And all that is drawing from her extensive experience in education, social development, and policy research across the globe, including Rwanda. No wonder I did mention that Professor Pamela is not a new person in Rwanda. Therefore, Professor Pamela, if you are hearing us well, we are welcoming you to present your 2 presentations to us, and we are very much eager to learn so much from your experience. Professor, you are welcome.
Thank you. Right, okay, so thank you very much. And thank you to the conference organisers for accepting our proposals that we could provide some of the findings from the research projects we've been doing for the last 4 years, funded by the National Institute for Health and Care Research, which is funded through the UK government. And that research started its journey as asking a question: was it possible to transform pupils' well-being through a whole school mindfulness intervention? And that was influenced by two things: the global concern about the increase in mental health problems, particularly depression and anxiety among adolescents, and who the World Health Organization's push that schools should be responsible for promoting pupils' well-being, for promoting their health, as well as for education. Our journey, as you'll hear, has taken us some way and led to different conclusions. We now see mindfulness as an intervention, as an educational rather than a mental health intervention that can transform the school climate. That does improve pupil well-being, but it also, by improving the school climate, makes the school more inclusive and able to better meet the needs of all pupils, or provide an education that meets all pupils. So I'm just going to start by talking a little bit about the project and what we've done, and then as I'm moving straight into the second presentation, talking about one of the tasks we did in stage one, which was a review of the literature, but not a systematic review, but what we call a critical realist review of the literature, where we're asking, how does the intervention work? If we want an intervention, to introduce an intervention to a school, then we need to know how it works. But most of the research only asks, does it work? Or do the kids like it? And so our approach has been rather different. Next slide. Right, so we divided our research into 3 phases. Critical realism is theory-driven research. When we do research as researchers, we already have an idea. We know what we're interested in. We have some understanding of what we expect the findings to be from previous research, but we're trying to refine that research to improve our understanding. So critical realists start by being very explicit.
This meeting is being transcribed and
open
summarized.
science, being very explicit about what their preconceptions are, and continually testing those preconceptions as they move throughout the program. And we divided our research it's got 2 phases there, but the analysis is in fact phase 3. So in phase 1, we did a lot of preparatory work. What's mindfulness like? How does it work in school? How do we think it works in schools? What about the context we're trying to introduce it to? Are the governments going to be interested in an intervention to improve pupil well-being, to improve pupil attainment in school? What about the community? What is their understanding of mindfulness? What are the cultural contexts for the intervention? And so that enables us during phase 1 to develop a mindfulness intervention that is culturally adapted to the context and the specific context of the schools we're going to introduce it into. In phase 2, we did an evaluation. We used mixed methods and informed by a critical realist on ontology and Margaret Archer's theory of structure and agency. I'll talk a little bit more about those in a minute. We also did collected the data for an economic evaluation. Is it cost effective? You can have interventions that work extremely well, but they're so expensive, nobody can afford them. So is it cost effective? Is it feasible? Is it practicable? And then in the final phase, which we're now in, we're doing the analysis of the data, and then we will, we've started already publishing that and come to final conclusions. Without wanting to preempt it, what the final findings are, our preliminary analysis of the data shows that that the outcomes have been very, very positive, that the pupils and the teachers agree that there's been positive changes in the classroom, brought about by changes in some, not necessarily all, pupils' behaviour in school, their ability to conform to the normative expectations of the school, and that this has benefited all children. There's some evidence of improvements in teacher well-being as well as pupil well-being. Next. Next slide. Okay, so I've mentioned that we're using critical realism, Bhaskar and Archer. There's three positions in social sciences. There's positivism, there is a reality and we can measure it using mostly quantitative methods. There is only, or at least all we can research is the our construction, our understanding of what has happened, constructivist research. The third position is realism, and critical realism is a form of realism that there is a reality, but in order to explain how things happen, we have to interpret our data, because our data is always limited. We only have a partial understanding because of the lens through which we look at the world. A second question that needs to be thought about is, what is mindfulness? The term mindfulness is a 20th century name given to both psychological processes as well as to an intervention that was developed initially for clinical purposes to treat adults and subsequently children or adolescents with depression, anxiety, and other mental health challenges. It was developed based on an interpretation of Buddhism and contemplative practices, but as Professor Eugene talked about at the beginning, we can go back to ancient Greece to understand the importance of being mindful about thinking about what we're doing. So mindfulness is an emergent mental capacity. It's about the ability to voluntarily regulate attention, emotion, and behavior by activating specific neurological mechanisms of awareness, inhibition, and reflective monitoring. So we are born with the capacity, a capability, but we have to activate it. It doesn't automatically happen. So mindfulness exists independent of our knowledge of it, but in order to be mindful, we have to behave intentionally. So it's an emergent property of the developing mind-brain system. When it's activated, it changes how a person attends, feels, and acts. But it's unevenly developed across populations because development depends on social structural conditioning, not only on individual traits. So as with intelligence, as educationalists, we know this, our entity of mind, it's also influenced by social structural conditioning. And it's only comparatively recently that we've recognized the extent of this with developments in neurobiological research and developments in epigenetics. Next slide. Why does mindfulness then matter in schools? Well, there are normative expectations of behavior, attention, waiting, inhibiting our impulses, tolerating frustration, for example. And schools presuppose the normative expectations of schools are that children already have these relevant capacities when they arrive at school. However, many children, especially those with adverse childhood experiences, experiences of trauma or secondary trauma, especially relevant in Rwanda, deprivation, uncertainty in their lives, etc., have not had the development conditions that allow them to develop these capacities. They develop other capacities to deal with the uncertain environment in which they live. They live. So what mindfulness practices can do is train these underlying mechanisms of attention control, introspective awareness, inhibitory control, and reflexive monitoring. So what we're doing, if we have a whole school mindfulness, is enabling all the pupils in the school to be able to activate these mechanisms and able to participate fully in their education and develop to their full potential and to maintain their mental well-being as well. But we have to be aware all the time that pupils can only comply with school norms, not through coercion. If a child doesn't have the capacity to activate concentration, however much coercion teachers use, shouting, pinching, corporal punishment, exclusion, but only through agency. It's only children that are pupils that can choose to act and to use these capabilities. Next slide. So what we've got, and this is just a diagram, we have structural conditioning. In different contexts, we develop different structure, they have different impact. Material conditions, children come from more affluent and less affluent, non-deprived, deprived backgrounds. And we have cultural meanings, what education means, how we expect children to behave in school. So community conditioning means that teachers and pupils come to school with existing capabilities, but the school has expectations of the normative behaviour of children, and those interpersonal processes, that interaction between teachers with their expectations and their pressures that are on them to deliver education, and the inability of some children to comply with those normative expectations can create chaotic, noisy classrooms that have a negative impact on all pupils, even those that are able to control their behaviour and their attention and regulate their emotions. And those interpersonal processes lead to an emergent school climate. And that school climate often is one that can't meet the needs of pupils from less affluent backgrounds, children who don't have the capability to conform to the normative expectation. And this, of course, reinforces feedback and creates cycles of inequality. Next. Next slide. Right. The other key point about our research is that we recognised from the beginning that it had to be interdisciplinary. When we do research as social scientists, we look at the world through our disciplinary lens. But if we want to understand how mindfulness works, then we have both the psychological and the biological processes. We have the interaction and relationships between individuals. We have institutional and organisational structures, and we have the influence of the broader social, cultural, and global structures. So we need to have, and we had on our team, academics from this broad range of disciplines. And at the beginning of the research, we had the phase of disciplinary understanding. What does my discipline say is happening here? How would my discipline describe what is happening in this classroom? As a sociologist, I would say that the pupils, or some of the pupils, aren't meeting the normative expectations of the teacher. When I see a classroom where there's disruption, where the teacher's having difficulty maintaining discipline, whereas a psychologist might say that the pupils are dysregulated, or that some of the pupils are dysregulated, that they're not controlling their emotion, that they lack the ability to control emotions. So we needed a disciplinary phase. We then moved to a multidisciplinary teamwork phase. If we want to explain how the intervention works, and these different disciplines are making a contribution to that understanding, then we need to be able to combine that. So what we do during that phase is we use initially retroduction. We ask what must the underlying conditions, what must the social structure, the individual, what are the underlying conditions that are causing this based on my disciplinary understanding. And then we build the most plausible explanation that combines the disciplinary, the understanding from the discipline understanding. And that enables us to explain how the intervention works, for whom and under what circumstances. This is important if we wish to transfer, if we wish to introduce mindfulness interventions elsewhere. Next slide. Next slide. Right, so this was our starting point. And how we might transform the school climate through a school-based mindfulness intervention. And this shows the various inputs, the factors external to the school, the factors within the school, what needs to be in the curriculum, how we need to train the teachers, etc., and how we ensure, and then the intervention itself depends on agency, that pupils and teachers are actually responsible and want to do it. And our initial theory was that by changing the individuals, the intervention, mindfulness intervention, increasing emotional regulation, etc., would emerge and have a positive impact on the school in climate. And this would in turn improve the mental well-being of pupils. So that transforming the school climate was important if we wanted to improve the mental well-being of pupils. Next slide. Right, so I've talked about very quickly how the school climate is reproduced. So in a resource-constrained school, staffing instability, competency of observatory, dominant expectations, these shape how pupils and teachers interact. And because there's stress and norms of conflict and mistrust within the classroom, it means that the school climate, a negative school climate, a school climate that doesn't promote the educational and well-being of pupils, is reproduced. So the idea of the intervention is to break this cycle of reproduction. Next slide. This again is just exactly the same again. So breaking creating the conditions for study or for well-being, the early adversity, which has neurobiological effects and cognitive effects, which means that some children come to school unready to learn. And then how mindfulness, schools introducing mindfulness, can compensate for their early adversity in the same way as giving school meals does. Next slide. Right, so this is just again, it's what we call a laminated system, but it shows how the changes at the interpersonal level can activate both changes in the brain, but also by combining, if more pupils are, if there is better emotional regulation, behavioral control in the classroom, this can emerge and combine, these changes emerge and combine, which creates calmer classrooms, which support teacher well-being as well as pupil well-being. And that what can emerge ultimately through this process is a well-being focused school system that reinforces mindfulness practices. Next slide. Right, so I've said this already. So what we're saying is that mindfulness is an educational intervention to enable pupils to develop their full potential. That wasn't, we refined our theory as we went throughout the research, from initially thinking of it as being about well-being, and then secondly thinking that if pupils weren't healthy, if they didn't have good physical and mental health, they couldn't benefit from education, to actually seeing the ways in which mindfulness can be seen in the same way as school meals, as compensating pupils for their early for their inability for the fact that they haven't been able to develop the capabilities before coming to school. Next slide. Right, so that's our project website. There's lots of presentations. People are interested in critical realism or more about the project on that website. Right, we can go to the second presentation and I'll go through that very quickly and just point out points from it.
Let me just, oh.
Right, so this paper, this is some elements of what we found from a literature review. I'm going to go through it very quickly just to highlight some important elements of our journey, because I realise I'm taking up a lot of time. So next slide. So the method is a critical realist review. It's similar to other forms of literature review, but we're asking, we're not interested in synthesizing the findings, but we're interested in interrogating the findings, the research, repurposing the research to answer the question, how does a mindfulness intervention work? For whom and under what circumstances? Next slide. So I've already said what our program theory was. I showed that in the previous thing, so I won't go into it again, but our program theory was that a whole school mindfulness intervention had the potential to transform the school climate, thereby improving the well-being of all pupils. Next slide. You've just seen this one, so this was our program theory. Again, we're using the literature review to refine this. So that was the purpose of the literature review. Next slide. Right. One of the first things that, as we read the literature, we realised was that mindfulness in schools isn't one thing, and that although in the literature a lot of the research refers to other research, they're often referring to research that had different assumptions and was aiming to do different things, and that in practice, while there is a lot of evidence that mindfulness does enable children or adults to gain the mindfulness capabilities I've talked about, the psychological processes I've talked about, that it's very different. And that means we needed to be very clear about what type of mindfulness intervention, and I keep mentioning whole school, we thought would have the impact we would want. When mindfulness was first introduced in schools, it was introduced into secondary schools by clinical and educational psychologists who thought schools were a convenient place to introduce a therapy to improve children, adolescents. It was mostly done for adolescents, to improve adolescents' mental health, and particularly to reduce stress that adolescents have because of the increasing numbers and because of the lifelong consequences of that. So it was seen as a public health intervention. It was seen both initially as something that would improve the mental health, and then the argument that it was preventative. Like most mindfulness interventions, it was conceived as a course of treatment, and although and there is some evidence that those interventions did reduce the strength of anxiety levels, it was always measured as an average, and an average, as I'll say in a minute, covers a lot of things. And there has never been sufficient follow-up to see whether the 8-week course or the 10-week course is preventative in the long term. But we do know that most children don't, as the therapeutic remedial assumes is necessary, practice mindfulness in the sense that those that are competitive at sport practice sport. And if they don't, then it's unlikely to be preventative. A second development was to say, well, can it improve well-being overall mental, which is a positive state of well-being? And it was incorporated within psychoeducational, social and emotional learning curricula. Again, it was a course, and there is evidence, again, that it improves self-regulation, pro-social skills on well-being. But again, there is little evidence that it's preventative, that if you teach or use mindfulness with 8-year-old pupils for 8 weeks and teach them the various mindfulness practices, that it has an ongoing impact, and that when they get to 14, they remember the exercises and they are stressed, they can improve. Those are the two dominant ways in which the research literature talks about mindfulness, but there is evidence actually that the way it's used in schools, and it is very widely, is rather different. From those, there began to be a view that maybe mindfulness could improve academic achievement, if it improved concentration, behavior, etc. And so mindfulness interventions were again introduced, where the primary outcome was to improve focus, attention, and academic scores. There is some evidence that an 8-week course of mindfulness can do this, but there's been a lot less research on that. What there is a lot more evidence about is self-regulation empowerment, and this comes out of some of the other types of research as well. So that here more attention is paid to explaining to pupils how they can use mindfulness to control their emotions, their attention, and there is evidence it happens. The importance of that, some schools that have the short courses of mindfulness also do further work on mindfulness enabling people to understand how they can use mindfulness. But again, the hope is that pupils will continue individually. So all those first 4 are about transforming individuals. But more recently, there's become increased recognition, and it's something critical realism pushes very strongly, that if we don't change the context, then any gains from a short course are likely to be dissipated very quickly. And that's led to the argument that what we need are whole school mindfulness interventions that transform the school climate and are ongoing, that mindfulness becomes integrated into the daily activities of the school. As you'll hear, that's what our intervention was designed to do. There are 2 further typologies that exist in the literature, but there's very little evidence around them. One is the contemplative humanistic, which is an argument that about the teacher, so it's much more informed by Buddhism, the teacher being mindful and leading the pupils in mindfulness. There is some evidence that happens. And then there's a more social justice orientated systemic argument about introducing mindfulness, and that's really partly what I've been talking about giving pupils skills that they can be reflective social actors, and that they can transform, and they can understand how they as individuals, individually and collectively, can transform situations. Again, there's a small number of mindfulness interventions that have based their argument for mindfulness in school on that equity argument, and we would argue that our intervention also has political emancipatory ambitions. These are typologies, which means that some interventions overlap, but they show differences. So what our intervention then is very much based on the importance of changing the context, of changing the classroom, and about the political emancipatory potential for enabling all children not only to achieve their full potential, but to also have the skills to be active citizens as adults. Next slide. So what we're saying is that mindfulness can be seen as a neural bridge to learning. It gives pupils tools that they can use to regulate their concentration, their emotions and the behaviour. When pupils can self-regulate, classrooms are calmer, teachers are less stressed. Teachers don't need to shout as much. Teachers don't need to be hyper-vigilant all the time. Teachers can give out the textbooks without fear that some pupils are not going to treat them appropriately or use them. Teachers can build relationships with small groups of pupils without being worried that all the time that other pupils are going to misbehave. Pupils can focus more on learning. Teachers are more focused on teaching. And in fact, there is more learning time. So concerns that using 5 or 10 minutes of a lesson to teach pupils a mindfulness intervention is somehow detracting from learning time are misplaced, because pupils' attainment improves, repetition and dropout decrease, and on-time completion improves. Next slide. I'm nearly there. I'm not going to do much more. Right, I think that there are different responses. When trials average out the findings, they're averaging different responses to the intervention. And I'm not going to go through this typology, but take it that not all pupils, and we know that from our research as well, choose to participate in the mindfulness or choose to use the exercises to regulate their emotions, etc. But some do, and that's what's important. Next slide. Can we have the next slide, and I'll make that the last one. Right, so this means that there are two pathways to well-being. One is the direct benefits for some pupils, what's measured in the randomized controlled trials, the average outcome is the contribution of those pupils that directly benefit, right? So this is the one pathway. Not all pupils need mindfulness. One student in our Ethiopian school said, I don't need mindfulness, but lots of the kids in my class did, and they're now using it. And my dad needs it, so I've taught him how to use mindfulness exercises to control his temper. The point is that if classrooms become less noisy, if more pupils are paying attention, if there's less disruption, then all pupils and teachers benefit. And this classroom, as I've said when I was talking to the previous slide, becomes more able to focus on learning and enabling all the pupils to benefit. Children enjoy their childhood more, and then well-being improves if they enjoy being at school, if they feel that school is benefiting them, if they don't feel they're being failed all the time by their school. And teachers are more able to do what they really want to do, which is teach their students and enable their students to thrive. So what mindfulness does is it gives pupils and teachers the capacity to live a way of life that they want to. Amartya Sen talks about the importance of education enabling people to live a way of life they value. Next. I've already talked about this. This is the justice orientation framing of mindfulness that is about social justice. Next. Next slide. No, leave that. Go on to the next one. Right, so we go to the last one. Next slide. Right, so the refinement, no, go back, this one. This is the last slide I'm going to talk to, right? We refined our theory. The importance of embedded whole school mindfulness interventions contextualized to the school's cultural and organizational context. That came very clearly out of the literature. That senior management team support, classroom teacher commitment, classroom teacher scaffolding. By scaffolding, we mean ensuring that the learning is provided in a way which enables pupils to go from where they are to where the teacher wants them to get to. So more student-centered learning, if you like. Modeling that teachers need, that if teachers shout, they're telling pupils to behave in ways they're not behaving. And so modeling is important. Teachers showing themselves using mindfulness, and teacher adaptation so that it's age appropriate. The fidelity that's often argued for in delivering mindfulness based on a clinical model means that often the intervention doesn't meet the needs of the pupils. The emphasis on using mindfulness, talking to pupils about how they can use the mindfulness, how they can choose to regulate their attention, their emotions, and their behavior. And this need to avoid the use of harsh discipline for the reasons I've done. The importance of the improvement in teacher well-being because of the interaction within the classroom. The two pathways to pupil thriving, the direct and indirect benefits. Mindfulness reconceptualized as an educational intervention. What I mean there is that despite all the school improvement work that has happened since the work in the 1960s, particularly by Basil Bernstein, an international educational sociologist, who pointed out that schools had expectations that were based on middle-class norms. Middle-class children or children from advantaged homes came to school and fitted in to what the school had to offer, whereas those from working class homes did not. And his argument was that schools couldn't compensate for society, they couldn't abolish deprivation, but what schools could do was reform themselves so they were better able to meet the needs of all their pupils. Most of the interventions that have followed from that, restorative rather than punitive discipline, for example, or student-centered learning, have not had as much impact in changing the school climate as is necessary if all children are to thrive at school. And what we would argue is that along with other school improvement programs like school feeding, mindfulness is an essential component of that way of reorganizing schools to meet all the needs of pupils. That until pupils are regulated, until pupils behave, until you have classrooms where children are learning, then introducing student-centered learning or telling teachers that they could no longer use harsh or punitive discipline is unlikely to take traction. And so we would argue that mindfulness is another essential, whole school mindfulness interventions are another essential ingredient for enabling schools to meet the needs of all their pupils. Right, so I could have said more, but I've tried to give you an overview in the time available of the journey of our project. So thank you. Can you hear me? Yeah.
Well, Professor Pamela, first of all, let me ask you if it is okay for you to wait for a few questions.
Yeah, well, if we've got time, or we can leave questions to the panel discussion this afternoon. It's up to you. I'm happy to answer questions.
Thank you so much.
But I realise there's also a shortage of time and we've got other presenters, so you make the decision.
Good. Talkative as I am, I'm running short of words because this has been excellent and electric presentation that cuts across disciplines. I strongly believe that Professor Pamela is Max Weber incarnated. And so we may claim to have seen Max Weber face by face. Now, in a nutshell, Professor Pamela's presentation has shown us that placing pupil well-being at the heart of education transformation, schools can cultivate not only successful learners, but also resilient, empathetic, and responsible citizens capable of shaping a more sustainable future. That's my take home from this wonderful presentation. As I have kindly asked her, if any of you has a burning question to her, please, this is your chance to do so. Let me start with my boss, Dr. Barthelemy Bizimana.
Thank you. I have a quick question. Professor Pamela created a cognitive dissonance in my mind. When she projected something related to mindfulness, she said it is not dependent on knowledge. Knowledge is not connected to it. I would like to know how one can pay attention, can regulate behavior, can connect to one's personal feelings, sensation, and perception when it is not connected to knowledge. Please remove that cognitive dissonance.
Thank you so much. Should we allow Professor to answer one by one, or we can have a number of questions at a go? Suggest, I don't want to be a dictator. I am not by nature. Okay. That's question number one. I guess Professor has taken note of that. So next question. Perhaps as people are digesting what to ask, we may allow Professor to answer the first question. Perhaps it may...
Okay.
Yes, please, Professor.
Right, I think this is partly why I said maybe this afternoon would be better for questions, because I think Ali's presentation, which is the next presentation, will, as I understand that question, answer it. What mindfulness does is it gives pupils tools that they can reflect on and use to regulate their attention and their emotions. So, for example, breathing exercises, so that they stop and pause. I think you said it in your introduction when you were talking about Plato. Yeah.
Thank you so much. I think, to be fair to our presenter, she did suggest that we can wait until the panel time. Then perhaps she can combine all the questions and try to link each one to next one. So I guess my time is over. I'm happy to hand over to the next leader. I don't want to be a dictator. Thank you so much for your attention.
Yes, thank you very much, Prof. Eugene and Prof. Pamela, for the two presentations. I'm sure people are still digesting what she has presented, and more questions will be coming. And as the next presentations will probably help people to digest what Pamela has presented and discussed about. Now, as I said at the beginning, we're going to have a series of presentations. And the next one is going to be led by Ali. And the title of the presentation is Developing and Delivering a School-Based Mindfulness Intervention for Schools in Sub-Saharan Africa. I'm sure that we will learn a lot in practice how such an intervention is developed and how it is delivered, and probably preparing us for more about what are the outcomes of such school-based mindful interventions in the context of sub-Saharan Africa. So Ali, the floor is yours. Can we please welcome Ali?
Yeah, thank you very much. I'm being informed that time is not our ally. We barely have 1.5 hours to go. So you'll bear with me. I will be a little bit fast. And some of the aspects that I would say have already been presented. So we've had the first two presentations from Professor Pamela, and they've given us an insight into the importance of mindfulness in school and supporting evidence for use. So mine is, I'm going to take you through how we developed the intervention and how it is being delivered. Simply that. Next slide. Yeah, I think I don't have to dwell too much on this because Professor Pamela has briefly talked about it. But maybe just to summarize in one sentence, mindfulness has origin in Buddhism, and it is also reflected in religious contemplative traditions in many parts of the world. And as already our principal has already given us the definition, and even Professor Pamela, so there is no need of going into those nitty-gritties of defining, but in simple terms, when we talk of mindfulness, that is a practice of being aware of and paying attention to the experiences in the present moment, as professors said it and others. And over time, mindfulness has been adapted into health and education system and other settings. And a major milestone was the establishment of what we call mindfulness-based stress reduction that was established in 1979 by John Kabat-Zinn, borrowing it from Buddhist approach, which helped patients who were facing pain, anxiety, and other stress-related problems. So since that time, it has been adapted into the secular health systems and education, and it has spread in many parts of the world. But in sub-Saharan Africa, as the previous presenters said, there's been limited evidence or research on how this kind of approach or practice could be delivered and could be developed and culturally adapted in Africa. So that is why we had to think of this project. Next. Next is a rationale which Pamela has thoroughly well explained why mindfulness is important. Next. Objective. Of course, our objective was to develop and deliver a culturally appropriate whole school intervention to promote mental well-being of learners, working in collaboration with various stakeholders. Our team, in developing our team, comprised 15 people. As others have already said, we're not doing this in Rwanda only, but also in Ethiopia. So we had 3 mindful luminaries from UK, 2 from University of Aberdeen, and 1 from Ireland. And then in Rwanda, we were 6. The person speaking to you right now, and Professor Wenceslas, other 2 teacher educators from TTCs, a community representative and research assistant. And the same was in Ethiopia because we are implementing the same program. So in total, 6 in Ethiopia, 6 in Rwanda, plus the 3 experts. So it was a total of 15 people in developing initial stages. Next. How do we develop it? Being a new concept in sub-Saharan Africa, especially in Rwanda and Ethiopia, we had to first develop capacity because this was a new concept. So there was a training of teacher educators and what we call mindful champions first. Champions from the intervention and the feasibility school. So we had to go through a series of training online and face-to-face to really conceptualize, understand, and even practice before training others. So we used a cascade mode of training. First of all, training us, then training teachers, and then teachers supporting learners in delivering the practices. So in short, we had 3 stages. The first stage, training teachers, then so that they also understand the mindfulness concepts, experience them and practice. And then the second was training them how to support learners in practicing mindfulness, in practicing the various practices of mindfulness. So the last one was now on the ground, teachers now supporting. So in brief, that is how we did it. So where you are seeing adult mindfulness focus and school, adult, that was us, teacher educators. And then after, then training teachers to train learners. Next. Yeah, this one, I will not dwell too much on this because Pamela has already explained this and some of the aspects here. They are in the first presentation of Professor Pamela. So can you go to the next one? Next slide. Yeah, we did not do it in isolation because this being a new concept, and we wanted to ensure that it is adapted to the context of Ethiopia and Rwanda we had to carry out consultations, and we had to engage the community, and we consulted various stakeholders. We had, as you can see them, vice mayor in charge of social affairs, district education officers, sector education officers, district council representative, youth representative, and others. All those up to the grassroots level. The essence was that we needed their feedback on this program. Is it worth adapting in Rwanda, bearing in mind our context? So that's why we had to seek their views. And we had to look to consult all those at various levels. Next. We also consulted teachers and what we called reference groups that comprised the parents and children. We also had to even seek views from learners, from students, Ministry of Education, Mental Health Wellbeing specialists, Rwanda National Ethics Committee, because this is a research-based project. It was important that we also have to seek permission, and the whole protocol about the study, the practices, and what we presented it to the National Ethics Committee. So we were doing that to ensure that it is appropriate and we do something that is really acceptable and culturally adaptable to the context of the two countries. And this was done, my colleague from Ethiopia will maybe shed more light on that, but what we were doing is what they were equally doing in Ethiopia. Next. Key feedback. After consultations from the various stakeholders, the feedback was that there was strong support for and acceptance of the intervention after understanding its relevance and how we were going to do it. And of course, aligning it with the existing curriculum and school timetable. We had to make sure that it could not encroach or affect the existing programs. It has to be embedded within the existing school programs. So, and it is from that, those consultations that we even collectively from stakeholders came up with a translation of the term mindfulness in Kinyarwanda, which is turisha umutima. That is our translation. Gahunda ya turisha umutima, mindfulness. Paying attention, being aware in the present moment, being calm. So that is how we all agreed about this word. However, it is still subject to more modifications. I know we have academicians here. They could maybe also give us their views. We can modify. So next. Considerations. We didn't just wake up overnight and say, now we are developing. We had to bear in mind a number of considerations when developing it in Rwanda and Ethiopia. Of course, as presenters have said, it is a whole school approach. Whole school, but not a one-size-fits-all. When we talk of whole school, that is a program that was implemented in a school at all grades. But we were mindful, as the word says, as we were mindful of the age ranges of learners and the practices that were appropriate for lower primary, upper primary, and secondary. And also it was inclusive. We had to make sure that there is provision for learners with disability in developing the mindful practices. So we took into account quite a number of considerations, appropriateness, time, material, also linking it to the Rwandan policies of reforestation, peace building, Umuganda, and others. All these, we took note of that. And we also had to consider a project being a sub-Saharan. We also had to consider the African philosophy of Ubuntu. The Ubuntu philosophy, one of the professors in South Africa, Desmond Tutu, the common experience is that the expression is, I am because we are. That is the Ubuntu philosophy, which emphasizes interconnectedness, empathy, compassionate, and collective well-being. So in developing the practices, we had to make sure that our learners, we inculcate, we instill in them some of these values. Recognizing the importance of connecting to others and having the responsibility in the whole school. That is the Ubuntu. And then we also looked at trauma-informed mindfulness concepts. And when we talk of trauma here, we are not saying that we developed trauma treatment or therapeutic measures. Here, what we mean is that we anticipated and we were mindful that some learners would be facing some psychosocial problems, stress, anxiety, family conflicts, and what. So in designing our practices, we had to make sure that when we're implementing them, they are safe for learners and they are supportive and protective. They should not instead aggravate the situations of learners or even traumatize them more. So that's what we meant by that. And then others, considerations. Next. Somebody is warning me that time is running. I have very limited time. So I have to move at a very terrific speed. So we have learnings from now, after getting those consultations, we had to pilot. We did not straight away start. We had to pilot it in the feasibility school before implementing in the intervention school. And the learnings we got from the feasibility school helped us to improve on our program. Next. This one I've already explained, capacity building, that this is something that took how we did it. It is a cascade, and I've explained that. Let's go. Imagine I'm being warned that I have 2 minutes. But I have to be mindful in my presentation. So, now the gist is this. We developed a series of practices that deemed adaptable to Rwandan and Ethiopian context. Some are conducted on a daily basis, some on a weekly basis, others were done once. So we have what we call hands-on desk. We have welcome drums. We have mindful movement. Mindful movement is not walking. We have 3 minutes breathing. We have mindful stories. We have tree knot sing. We have mindful planting. We have mindful eating. Mindful eating. So, all these practices, they are done in such a way that they help learners in different ways, focusing on attention, self-control, emotional regulation, resilience, kindness, compassion, and so many other aspects, skills that help learners to settle in school, learn, and address issues of anxiety, stress. So all those are the practices that are being delivered. And as I said, there are some that are specific to certain age ranges. There are some that cut across, that are done, that are implemented, that are practiced by all learners in the whole school. And they have specific, they are not done at the same time. They have specific periods and they are implemented at the beginning. We started gradually. So there are those that were done once, like mindful planting, mindful eating, but they also have various implications in learning as we may look at them. We don't have time. I would go through all of them and tell you how they do, how they are done, but somebody has been warning me very seriously that I'm left with the 2 minutes. I think I have now 0 minutes left. So next. Yeah, you'll bear with us because, as you know, we have other presenters and we don't have time. So we are saying there is ongoing development. Much as we implemented, we tried it in the feasibility school, then intervention, and we had the control school. Maybe a subsequent presentation will shed light on this. So after collecting our data, baseline, midline, and endline, initially the project was designed in such a way that even the control school, after collecting the endline data, we should train them. So that is what we are doing, and we've been training them, and we've been involving so many other stakeholders, including some of the people in the Ministry of Education. And we developed quite a series of materials that are helping, that are being used in schools. And much as we have not yet got results from the researchers, they will tell us, but from the look of things so far, we are done, but the practices are being carried on because they are integrated, they are incorporated within the existing school timetable. And apart from the initial expenses we incurred in buying some materials, but the rest are being used. So it is still going on. Next. I think I still have now negative minutes left. From 0, I'm going to negative. So lastly, our conclusion is that the project showed that with the collaborative work and ongoing consultations using international experts and best practice, National University, university staff, regional teachers, educators, and local knowledge. A culturally appropriate intervention using mindfulness is possible in Rwanda. I'm saying it's possible in Rwanda, much as maybe we don't have, because from what we have seen, it doesn't cost anything apart from the initial inputs. Teachers are now doing it because these are hands-on practices. So that is our conclusion. So somebody is looking at me, and I know he's the timekeeper. So I don't have to make him, I have to make him comfortable. Allow me to end here. Thank you so much for your kind attention. As Pamela said, we have a website where we have all these presentations, all these practices, how they are being done. So they are accessible. And we have subsequent forums where we will shed more light on how these things are working. May God bless me and also you.
Thank you so much, Ari, for that great sense of humor, which has enriched the presentation. I remember the discussions that were happening in the presentation rooms yesterday. Most of the recurrent elements of the feedback were about encouraging researchers to go beyond cross-sectional studies and adopt or develop interventions to address real issues, real challenges. And I think we are learning about how to design and deliver such kind of interventions. The ones that are culturally sensitive and responsive, the ones that involve stakeholders, the ones that adopt the approach or implement the sign, which goes like, if you want to reach a learner, teach the teacher. I think that's one of the things that we have learned from the approaches that this project has been using. And that prepares us to the next presentation, which is going to be about a political economy analysis of priority settings, institutions, and implementations in Rwanda. And the presentation is going to be delivered by Ivan Gahima. I'm sure you're there. And can I ask the audience to warmly welcome Dr. Ivan Gahima as he gets to the stage. So the floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you so much, DMC, for giving me the floor. Dear participant, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, let me start by thanking the previous presenters. Professor Pamela Hudo with us here, and I really thank, and this presentation is going to proceed. But after Pamela, what I've said, and Ali, I think it will be easy for you to understand my presentation, even though it's a bit different. They have been talking about the interventions, the mindful intervention. In the project before, we started the baseline and initiating the intervention. So we carried out a political economy analysis, exploring children and adolescent mental well-being, to see the situation, how the situation is, what are the causes, They have been talking about the structure, the institution and the agency. So we had first to understand how the situation is before even starts our baseline and proceeding with the intervention. So basically what we did, I'm going to share with you the findings from the political economy analysis that the framework that we used to explore children and adolescent mental well-being in Rwanda. Next slide. Child and adolescent mental well-being is shaped by an array of influences. And that is beyond the individual risk and protective factors to political, economic, and institutional conditions through which it is recognized, governed, and resourced. As you are aware, globally, childhood and adolescent are the critical periods of the onset of mental distress and disorders. I think recent publications have shown that this is within this period of childhood and adolescent is really an onset of the mental distress and disorders. And with mental disorders accounting for a big number or contributing to non-fatal disease burden among this group. So that's why in our study, based on the findings and the recent findings, if we need the future leaders, we need the future community, the healthy community, we have to be target and see how we can save this age group from the childhood to adolescent. The treatment gaps, unfortunately, is really very wide, especially in low and mid-income countries where Rwanda belongs. And this is a critical gap or a serious gap. We know that the social determinants of mental health is well established, including the violence, poverty, gender inequality, childhood, adverse experiences, and etc. We also have the, the family neglect, all the social determinants that affects this age group. In low and income post-conflict setting, children face multidimensional factors. We have the psychosocial adversity, the weak special provision alongside this, fragmented service delivery, and the competition over public priorities, where the mental health services or the children and adolescent mental health services face a competition from other national priorities. Next. So, before going here, all this I have presented here, if you are aware that the treatment gap is very wide here, because national law currently, we have only, for those one who are aware of this, only 15 psychiatrists treating the entire population of Rwanda. And severely, we have only 2 children psychiatrists to address this problem, to respond to this. So, much of the global policy response has focused on service deficits. Shortage of specialists have mentioning right now. Only 15 specialists serving the entire population and only 2 serving the children, 2 psychiatrists serving children currently. So much of the global policy response has focused on service deficits and the shortage of the specialist staff and underinvestment, limited access and limited integration into primary health care. Such a framing are important, but are partial because we are focusing on bridging the gap of the specialist, of other interventions, but the social origin of this problem has been really, the attention is really little if it comes to social origins. And in this political economy analysis, it gives us a strong analysis that we have to consider the structural, institutional, and the agency and see how their dynamic and iterative relationship among the 3 domains. So if we take an example of Rwanda, for instance, the 1994 genocide against the Tutsi killed over 1 million people and left lasting legacy of trauma shaping families, social relations, and institutions. This is a structural condition which is setting the context through which the institution and agency operate. So the scale and need from genocide legacy, poverty, and social change coexist with a state widely recognized for implementations. So mental health governance reflects the political, institutional, and institutional choices, not lack of the capacity. I have just mentioned about the competition of the national priorities. So it's not because there's no capacity to do that, but that's why as researchers we need to put forward and the findings to show that we need to prioritize also the children and adolescent mental well-being. So it's not the case of the lack of resource, but the priorities. So research gap here that political economy analysis rarely applied to mental health and even less to child and adolescent mental health in low-income setting. So it's been applied elsewhere, but we still lack to use this political economy analysis to see how we can address this issue. Next. Coming here, while political, social, and economic factors play an important role in children and adolescent mental well-being, little has been attempted to respond to these social drivers of health inequalities. So having knowledge of this, we explored children and adolescent mental well-being in Rwanda using political economy analysis. And we focused on structural conditions and institutional domains through which those conditions are faced. And we analyzed the relative power and interest of state and non-state actors to provide a wider integrated perspective of child and adolescent mental well-being, and to highlight the interactions across the 3 domains, which are the structures, institutions, and agency. And the network of influence on agency and behavior, and to finally identify route for change, which is the entry point. Next. So as we advanced, we adopted a political economy analysis framework from Andreas and colleagues that was published in 2022 to explore children and adolescent mental well-being. And even though no single definition or unified definition of political economy analysis and its contracts, we have seen the structure, the constructs, the structure, agency, and institution. There is a broader consensus that institution and the structures are relevant and play a big role in analysis. And from there, we have, as you see the structure, we see the diagram here, we have the domain, 3 domains here that I'm going to talk about. So the structures here are understood as a constraining or self-perpetuating forces of society that generate the enduring patterns of behavior and the outcomes. Institutions, by contrast, are systems of established rules, norms, values, and customs, and they embody what we call rules of the game. The institutional structure, the structure can be distinguished from the institution in that structures cannot change or are difficult to change, but institution can evolve over time. On the other hand, agency, it is, as you see there, the arrows, agency is the capacity of individuals or groups of people to freely make decision, including the health-related decision. They are telling me only 6 minutes. I respect that, don't worry. So what I'm saying here is the arrows on the group here, on the diagram here that you want to maybe understand, the blue and the light blue arrows, it shows that here structures can influence the institutions. But institutions are less likely to influence the structures. On the agency, that the agency can be influenced by institutions, but over time, the agency can also contribute to evolutions of these institutions. Next. So as we moved forward, here it is the methodology that we thought to enlist and explicit and combine explicit knowledge, which is a knowledge or a formal knowledge found, or broad knowledge found in books, policies, and reports, and a tacit knowledge that is acquired from experiences, perspectives, and the lived realities. So we combined this. We conducted a cross-sectional qualitative study comprising of the key informant interviews, holding position in children and adolescent mental well-being, and these included people from the local government, from the central government, and the community leaders. Next. Coming to our findings here, interesting that if we talk about the structures, we are talking about the political context, the social culture context, and we have the economic context affecting these institutions. So our finding here show that the 1994 genocide against the Tutsi is still contributing, is a fundamental structural condition affecting the mental health of children and adolescents. You have had recent findings that we still face the intergenerational trauma across our populations. So, as you can see there, one participant mentioned there that we still have a long-term healed trauma that we are facing in society that is passed on to our children. We also still have poverty constraining the household care and institutional capacity. That is, we know that poverty, it is already an established or known determinant of mental health. And the cultural and the gender norms, stigma, widespread stigma, and moral framework or traditional religious is still considered as one of the causes of mental health. So therefore, instead of going for the service for treatment of mental health, they still think our community that the causes are from the supernatural, evil, and other things. So this is another limitation that we still have this cultural and social context as a barrier for the treatment and identification of these mental causes. So family as an institution, when I say family, it's here is a component among the components of the institution. So family, we have seen some family being affected by structures. They already said from what I have said in the structural conditions. For instance, we have the 1994 genocide against the Tutsi being a structural foundation of mental health. And the institution is operating within that set context. And the schools, today we are talking about the school, the Ministry of Health. We have the school, we found that the school are recognized as a promising site for mental health support. And programs we have already, but the scale up, I think currently, if I'm not mistaken, is still being operated within only 7 districts. So the structure is there, but the problem is that the programs of the mental health program based in schools is still limited in the coverage. So the health system is a strong policy we have. After 1994 genocide against the Tutsi, in 1995, the Ministry of Health, through the implementing arm, established a mental health policy, which was revised in 2011. So that, in our findings, we found that there is a strong policy architecture and sectoral recognition. But child and adolescent services remain limited, despite of the strong recognition of the mental health.
Dr. Gahima, you still have 2 minutes to go.
All right, thank you. So in agency here, we realize that children and adolescent mental well-being is recognized within Rwanda's health sector and policies, strategies, but not fully embedded across the national development framework. As one respondent mentioned, let's say that we are receiving NS1, the national vision of focusing on enrollment, student performance, dropout cases, but there was silence when it came to mental health. So there is that we still have a gap that we have to embed this across the national development framework, not only the Ministry of Health. So local actors are committed. We have the findings revealed that from the documents review and from respondent that the local actors are committed to child and adolescent mental well-being, but implementation is shaped by physical governance and arrangements, and children and families live the consequences, but they have limited involvement if it comes to policy establishment. And we identified finally the route for change. We found existing structures in the government that we still, from the document review and from the respondent, they show that there is a strong collaboration between the ministries and even the NGOs. And also currently the ministry has, the Ministry of Health has under development of children and adolescent mental health strategy, which is different from the previous one. So it's being done in collaboration between Ministry of Health and UNICEF, which is a good thing that at least now they are recognizing. So we see it as, in a political economy analysis, as the entry point to address the issue of children and adolescent mental well-being. Next, as I conclude. any discussion that Rwanda shows a strong sectorial commitment. We have seen that, but we lack that embedding children and adolescent mental well-being in that wider planning. And family, schools, and health systems are overloaded, and they're expected to absorb adversity without the adequate resources. And these findings resonate with the critics of biomedical framing that we cannot focus only on treating on the curative plan other than understanding the underlying cause, the structural causes. That's why PA is there to see to have diagnosis, a comprehensive diagnosis of even the underlying cause, the structural causes, institutional conditions to address the problem. So we cannot be there to treat them, but without understanding the structural causes, the social origins of these problems. That's why the PA goes deep to show that we have to make a comprehensive treatment.
Yeah, Dr. Zahima, your time has expired.
Yeah.
We've already learned a lot from your presentation. So I'll ask the audience to join me in
thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Yes. We're trying to be mindful of the time. So, and we've already learned a lot from what the political economy perspective that they have used to explore the determinants of child and adolescent mental health in Rwanda. So thank you and congratulations for that. Now we're going to learn about the actual findings from the experience from Ethiopia. Ingidewek, if I'm getting it right. So yeah, thank you and welcome. You have 20 minutes, and thank you in advance for being mindful of this time. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. You didn't struggle to pronounce my name. My name is Kibur. It means Your Excellency in our language, in Amharic. But I don't expect any special treatment from you guys. Muraho. Okay, my name is Kibur. I'm going to present our study findings that identified the structures and mechanisms that may promote or constrain school-based mindfulness interventions designed to enhance people's mental well-being in Ethiopia. This work is in collaboration between colleagues from Addis Ababa University and University of Aberdeen. To begin, let me briefly explain why this study is important. Next slide, please. Yeah, although substantial investments have been made in schools around the world, teachers in curricula, many children continue to experience poverty, hunger, household instability, and harsh discipline environments. And these challenges do not remain outside the school gate. They shape students' biological and psychological readiness to learn. Many children arrive at school stressed, distracted, and emotionally dysregulated, which affects attention, persistence, and learning outcomes. Then school-based mindfulness interventions have gained attention because they may help strengthen emotional regulation, attention, and resilience, as you have also heard from my colleagues from Rwanda. In theory, students who are better able to regulate their emotions may participate more effectively in learning, contribute to calmer classrooms, and ultimately experience improved educational and well-being outcomes. However, whether these interventions can work sustainably in highly disadvantaged schools setting remains an open question. And this brings me to the problems that motivated this study. Next slide, please. School-based mindfulness interventions have shown promising results in many settings. However, their potential for sustainable impact in Ethiopian schools remain largely unknown. Several assumptions often underpin this kind of interventions. One assumption is that programs developed elsewhere can simply be transferred into different cultural and educational contexts. Another is expectation that introducing mindfulness will automatically generate positive outcomes, which is not the case, that I will emphasize on later on. A further concern relates to the emphasis that we have been giving on implementation fidelity. Many programs prioritize fidelity, assuming that mindfulness practices should be delivered exactly as designed. However, this emphasis can overlook local realities, such as overcrowded classrooms, teacher burnout, and prevailing disciplinary norms. It may also deny the flexibility and agency of teachers, who are often best positioned to adapt practices to their specific context and immediate classroom needs. Therefore, before implementing mindfulness intervention, it's essential to understand the structure, culture, and mechanisms that shape school life and influence how such interventions are received, adapted, and sustained. And to explain these issues, we drew on Margaret Archer's morphogenetic approach. Next slide, please. Margaret Archer's morphogenetic approach provides a useful framework for understanding how structures, culture, and agency interact over time. Structures and cultural norms shape the opportunity and constraints experienced by students and teachers. At the same time, individuals are not passive recipients of these conditions. Through their everyday actions and interaction, they can either reproduce existing arrangements or contribute to desirable changes. Archer describes these possibilities as morphostasis, meaning the reproduction of existing conditions or status quo, and morphogenesis, meaning transformation that we envision to create in the school. This framework allows us to move beyond simply describing school climate and instead examine why the school climate emerged as it does and how change might become possible. Guided by this perspective, we designed the following study. Next slide, please. Yeah, our primary research question was, what's the nature of the school climate in a high adversity urban Ethiopian school, and how structures, culture, and mechanism give rise to it? We conducted a case study at a government primary and middle school located in a very deprived area of Addis Ababa. So this is a kind of case study. It doesn't represent other schools in Addis Ababa, but the lessons that we have learned from the school can be transferred to other schools as well. The study formed part of a broader wide whole school intervention program, but we conducted this baseline before we rolled out the intervention activities. We adopted a mixed method design combining both quantitative and qualitative methods. And the analysis was conducted by a multidisciplinary team using retroduction technique to identify the mechanisms that generated the observed school climate. Next slide, please. Let me now turn to the findings. Yeah, let me begin with the school setting. The school operates under a considerable pressure. Classrooms are overcrowded with approximately 70 to 80 students per class, making individual attention very difficult, as you can imagine. Learning is frequently disrupted by noise and overcrowding. Poor sanitation and water shortage create additional stress, particularly for adolescent girls. The school also is characterized by resource shortage, and some people arrive at school hungry due to gaps in food security. Taken together, these conditions create a challenging environment for both learning and well-being, as you can imagine. However, describing these conditions alone doesn't explain how the school climate emerges. So to understand this, we analyze the climate of the school across 4 interconnected planes, and I'm going to discuss that in detail. Next slide, please. Yeah, our findings suggest that school climate operates simultaneously across material, intrapersonal, interpersonal, and structural dimensions. At the material level, people face overcrowding, hunger, and poor learning condition. At intrapersonal level, emotional difficulties among students, and nearly all the teachers, as you can see from the screen, reported low job satisfaction. At the interpersonal level, harsh discipline and bullying among students were common. Also, important pockets of supportive relationship also existed. At the structural level, poverty, caregiving distress, and cultural norms regarding discipline that promote harsh or punitive discipline measures shaped everyday experiences. Importantly, we also identify potential resources for change. Communities strongly value education, and recent national policy development have created space for mindfulness-based approach. We have a theoretical discussion that I have done earlier, and that's helpful in explaining these contradictions later on. So the next question is, how these different dimensions interact to produce the climate that we have observed at the school? Next slide, please. Why is the school climate emerged as it is? Next slide, please. So our analysis suggests that the school climate emerges through a dynamic interaction of structures, culture, and agency, material deprivation, as we have seen, such as poverty, hunger, and poor living condition, contributes to stress, anxiety, and reduced readiness to learn. This intrapersonal challenges influence relationship within the school. Students who struggle with emotional regulation and teachers experiencing burnout, which is pronounced by low job satisfaction, may be more likely to engage in conflictual interactions. Over time, these interactions of students and teachers reinforce existing disciplinary norms and patterns of authority. At the same time, structural conditions continue to reproduce material constraints, creating a cycle of this that sustain the existing climate. From a morphogenetic perspective, the dominant pattern in the schools that we have observed is currently one of morphostasis, where existing challenges tend to reproduce themselves over time. However, our findings also revealed small but important opportunities for change, particularly through supportive relationship and shared aspiration for education. And these opportunities become clearer when we examine the key mechanisms shaping the climate, which I will talk about a bit in the next slide. Next slide, please. Yeah, several mechanisms emerged as particularly influential. First, hunger and nourishment operated as competing mechanisms. While hunger reduced concentration and participation, the school feeding program improved attendance and readiness to learn. Second, emotional difficulties among pupils and burnout among teachers constrained engagement and relational safety. Third, disciplinary practices shaped the quality of relationship. As we have seen, harsh discipline is common and often generated fear and withdrawal among pupils. whereas supportive interactions created what participants described as islands of trust. Finally, poverty constrained family resources, yet strong cultural beliefs in the value of education as a path out of poverty encouraged persistence and engagement. This mechanism simultaneously create barriers and opportunities for intervention. And this leads directly to the implication for school-based mindfulness intervention. Next slide, please. So what's the implication of this for the mindfulness intervention? Our findings suggested that mindfulness should not be viewed as a standalone technique delivered in isolation. Instead, mindfulness should be embedded within school routines, structures, and policies, and co-designed with teachers. And it should be implemented with teachers as well to promote ownership and sustainability. Intervention should be trauma sensitive and responsive to their realities of people's lives. Teachers should be supported not only as implementers, but also as co-regulators who model calmness and help strengthen supportive relationship. Existing resources such as the school feeding program, in our case, for instance, community trust in education, and emerging policy support can serve as important foundation for implementation. In short, mindfulness is most likely to succeed when it works within existing structures and relationship rather than against them. Let me conclude by highlighting the main message of the study now. Next slide, please. The study demonstrates that school climate in this setting is shaped by interconnected material, interpersonal, intrapersonal, and structural conditions. While many of these conditions constrain well-being and learning, important strengths also exist, including trust, resilience, and a strong belief in the value of education. Change does not happen automatically. Rather, transformation depends on the capacity of students, teachers, and parents, community members to activate these resources and reshape everyday interactions. In this sense, mindfulness is more than a classroom technique. It can be understood as a resource that supports individuals in developing greater awareness, emotional regulation, and capability to pursue life's people value. When combined with supportive school conditions and relational change, mindfulness may help interrupt cycles of stress and disengagement and contribute to a more transformative educational environment. So we can consider this or mindfulness as a pedagogy of the oppressed. Finally, next slide. I would like to acknowledge all the study participants, the study team, and the research team, and our institutional partners, including University of Rwanda. And this research was funded by the NIHR through the UK International Development Funding to support global health research. Thank you very much for your kind attention. I look forward to your questions and discussion later on.
Thank you very much, Dr. Kibu, for the insightful and inspiring presentation, bringing us a perspective from Ethiopia on the constraining and facilitating conditions of school-based mental health interventions. So thank you very much again. Can I just tell you that we've made a slight modification to the program, to our program today that you have. I know the presentations that have happened may have provoked a lot of questions that you have written and you would like to ask to the presenters. I want to encourage you to keep them. A space will be provided to to ask the questions. Now we're going to skip to the panel discussion, after which you will probably have some time to ask some questions. And the panel discussion is going to have a theme which goes like this: transforming pupils' well-being through a whole school mindfulness intervention. It's going to be moderated by Dr. Simbi Marie Clarisse. And can you join me in welcoming Dr. Simbi Marie Clarisse, who is going to introduce the panel members, invite them to the floor. Thank you. Welcome. The floor is yours now.
Thank you so much, Ernesto, to introduce me. I know my names are not easy to pronounce. I'm Dr. Simbi Clarisse Marie Claudine. I'm a lecturer of epidemiology and biostatistics at School of Public Health, College of Medicine and Health Sciences. So it is my pleasure and privilege to serve as moderator for today's panel discussion. And the theme, as they have said, it is transforming people's well-being through a whole school mindfulness intervention. So please join me to welcome the panelists. And I start from Dr. Eric Remera. Please come to the stage. He is Division Manager of Research, Innovation, and Data Science at Rwanda Biomedical Center. He is also a Principal Investigator of Work Package 3 in this project, which is evaluating the impact of mindfulness intervention. Please welcome Eric. I also want to welcome Professor Kanazaire Clementine. She's a professor of social psychology in the Department of Mental Health at College of Medicine and Health Sciences. The next panelist is Dr. Dorothy Tukahabwa. She's a lecturer of education studies at the School of Education Sciences, Department of Foundations of Education and Curriculum Studies, College of Education. She's also a postdoctoral research fellow in this project. Please welcome. Please allow me to welcome Anne-Marie Bamukunde. She's a mental health nurse in charge of psychosocial and the community program in the Division of Mental Health at Rwanda Biomedical Center. Thank you so much, our panelists, and also the participants to be with us in this. Okay, they are reminding me to call the next panelist. We made a change to this, that's why I forgot, but let's use this opportunity to welcome Dr. Jean-Paul Bikorimana. He's also a lecturer in the College of Arts, and he's also a postdoctoral research fellow in our project. Please welcome. We were supposed to have another panelist from Ethiopia. He's assistant professor at Addis Ababa University. He's Awoke, so I don't know if he's online. So if he's not online, we can continue. So dear panelists, we thank you for coming and allowing us to share your experience and expertise in mindfulness intervention. So before we begin, I would like to invite you to reflect on the relevance and implementation of mindfulness intervention within education settings. Starting from Dr. Eric, research increasingly highlights schools as critical settings for promoting mental well-being among children and adolescents. Within this broader context, what makes world school mindfulness interventions particularly relevant for Rwanda education context?
Yes, thank you very much, Clarisse. And thank you for inviting me to this session. I think I hold two hats. First of all, I was part of this study, as you mentioned, but also I'm heading research in data science within the Ministry of Health. So, why? First of all, because evidence that we have seen, maybe from this study, have demonstrated a high impact on implementing mindfulness in studies, where we saw that students in intervention showed improvements in conduct and emotional difficulties, but also we also seen that psychological and emotional well-being were also improved. So that means that's an evidence, but also we can't forget the context of our country and also the burden of the mental health disorder. So I may say that mental health remains a big challenge in our country, especially in children. So mental health from children can come either from the family, from the school environment, and though maybe they don't have enough study to estimate how the burden is, but still it remains a challenge. So now we know that most of the children are now going to school, which is a big achievement from the country, and we think that now, as every child is going to school, a school can be a best setting to ensure that we combine efforts at the Ministry of Health and also Ministry of Education to make sure that we improve also the mindfulness. So then, at school, as I said, a child can also face different challenges, be it from the school, the setting itself, from teachers, and that's why we need to tackle different angles, maybe children, but also the school, the whole ecosystem, including teachers and other staff. So then, at the ministry, now we are trying to see as a school or as an entity whereby we need to have like a health personnel. In all the village in Rwanda, now we have what we call community health worker, and at the Ministry of Health, we're trying to see how can a teacher act as a community health worker within the school. It means a teacher can maybe can manage some diseases, and mental health should be one of them. And it has already started. Now in the school, we're implementing the school-based mental health programs to detect and to diagnose like some depression. And I think also if this can be in the curriculum for teachers, it may help to be implemented and to improve the well-being of children. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Eric. This World Mindfulness Intervention, as you said, is relevant as it can help to improve mental well-being of children and adolescents in the schools. But I also want to know how it is the adaptation of this mindfulness in the society. So I would like to ask this question to Prof. Clementine. What makes world school mindfulness interventions particularly relevant for Rwanda education? How can mindfulness intervention be culturally adapted without losing the core principles?
Thank you, Clarisse, for the question. School-based mindfulness is a universal curriculum integrated program, but it has to be adapted in the context before being implemented. And the adaptation of the mindfulness intervention has to be participative, context sensitive, and it has also to respect the value of the society within which is being implemented. I can give an example of this present project. In this project, we use that participative, our adaptation was participative because we use what we call community engagement involvement before even implementing the intervention. We organized what we called a reference group with learners and parents. We want to know the perspective of the beneficiaries of the intervention and make sure that those perspectives will be integrated in the intervention design. We consulted also what we call community advisory committee, where we gather stakeholders, local leaders in charge of social, health, education, and governance for requesting them to be our voice and also to acquire their inputs in order to improve our intervention. In terms of context sensitivity, the intervention, as Al says, has been translated in Kinyarwanda. And also we used the story and metaphor that are typical Rwandan. Yeah. In addition, the mindfulness also were aligned with our core value and even political framework. We, in this intervention, I can give an activity regarding planting the flower and the tree that are in line with our Rwanda commitment in environment conservation and deforestation. And regarding Ubuntu, peace and well-being, those activities also regarding emotional regulation and prosocial behavior contributed in this peace enhancement and well-being. Another example is regarding also the mindful eating, which was relevant in context where we have feeding program in the school. Regarding the research also, I can add, use critical realism, and this critical realism give an importance to the context that include culture and also the mechanisms. We don't assume that mindfulness can work in the same way across different contexts. We have to know, even if that mindfulness can produce the mental well-being, what are underlying mechanisms and context. If this is applied in a context where there is a negative school climate, the findings will be the same, where the teacher are not involved, where the leadership is not supportive. Those critical realism also play a big role in considering this cultural context and mechanism. Thank you, moderator.
Thank you, Prof. Clementine. And it's nice that you have also engaged the community to know if this World School Mindfulness intervention is also accepted by the community, and also the context of how the people are perceiving about the mental health. So Eric has said about the relevance of World School Mindfulness intervention, and we have seen that the school climate can have a critical role in influencing students' psychosocial well-being. I would like to ask Dr. Dorothy Tukahabwa, how can school climate influence children's mental well-being and learning readiness? So I want you to be brief.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Dr. Simbi. Actually, I'll just compliment on what Dr. Eric has just said and Professor Clementine. And I think also we had a presentation by Professor Pamela, and she's already also talked about how the school climate influences pupils' well-being. Yeah. So basically, I would like to say that school climate is the overall atmosphere of the school in terms of we look at the safety, we look at the discipline, we look at emotional support, and also we look at relationships that's between the pupils, the teachers, and the school leadership. So we would say that the school climate is important. Is important in shaping pupils' daily experiences because it impacts on their well-being and their readiness to learn. Actually, I'll more focus on our study. We did conduct the baseline study, and during that stage, we had not yet introduced the mindfulness intervention. When we did interview some of the pupils, they did describe a school climate that was largely stressful and fear-based, yeah. So like some of the pupils did tell us that they were being bullied. They feared to go to school. They feared that they were being bullied. Again, feared that the teachers were a bit harsh. Also, maybe feared entering the classroom because maybe again also they will be bullied. So you can see during the baseline study when we went to the intervention school, the school climate was largely negative. It negatively affected pupils' well-being and their readiness or ability to focus in the classroom. So during the midline and the end line, when we introduced the intervention, we can see improvements in the social, psychological, and emotional well-being of the pupils. Yeah. So the pupils did tell us we like school, we are happy going to school, we like our teachers, they were able to manage their emotions, they're less likely to fight, to manage the anger. So we can see that during that time, the school climate was positive and supportive. And that means students, the pupils' well-being was enhanced, and they were able to participate in learning. So basically, I can say that a negative school climate creates fear, anxiety, emotional distress, while a positive school climate promotes emotional safety, self-regulation, calmness, support, thereby improving pupils' well-being and their readiness to learn. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Dorothy. Your insights underscore the importance of creating a safe, supportive, and nurturing environments for children. So while many interventions demonstrate promise during pilot phases, achieving sustainable implementation and scale remains a major challenge, particularly in resource-constrained settings. So I'll invite our panelists, Bamukunde, to respond to this question. What are the prospects for scaling up school-based mindfulness interventions in low resources settings?
Thank you very much for the question. I think mindfulness intervention can be scaled up into the school or using the existing resources that we already have. The Ministry of Health, through RBC, we have implemented the school-based mental health since 2020, and this has been successful, where we have trained teachers, 2 teachers per school. Now we have gone up to 27 districts, which means mostly high schools have teachers that are trained, that are equipped with knowledge about mental health, how to promote mental health within the school, how to also identify students who have mental issues, and to provide also the psychological first aid. And we think this mindfulness also can fit into the program with maybe not a lot of cost. I think what we can do, policymaker, we can continue to strengthen the program and the collaboration between Ministry of Health and Education, so that there is also a time for the teachers to learn, because during our program implementation, we have found that teachers talks about the workload that is very high, that sometimes they lack times to teach the children, to even identify, to provide all those screening tools that we have been providing, like the one for depression, for anxiety, all these issues that students are going through. So we think the collaboration can make it easier, so that there is more time for the teachers to do the promotion and the follow-up of children. I think also this mindfulness can be also included into the pre-services program, like during the TTC program, where teachers can learn before so that the future teachers can be able to provide these services without maybe a lot of cost, because they are already known this during their course of the time. Yeah, I think there is also a need for funding, so that the government can put more money into it. We are lucky that UNICEF and the government and the World Bank has been providing for this program that I was talking about. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mamkunde, and it's good news that we can be able to scale up whole school mindfulness intervention in our schools. And my worry was about the periods. If they are not going, if this mindfulness intervention is not going to interfere with the time they have to be taught. But some teachers have confirmed that when they use some practices help them to calm students down, that they can listen and forget about the previous lessons. So hopefully they are not going to interfere with the other workloads, as you said. So we have seen much which have been done for mindfulness intervention. Since morning, we have seen about the critical realist synthesis. We have seen how we developed these mindfulness practices and how we delivered. And the good thing we have seen is really relevant in our context, and it was culturally adapted in our society. We have also seen how the school climate can influence the mental well-being of children and adolescents. And lastly, we have seen that we can also be able to scale up this mindfulness intervention to other schools in the country. Now, I would like to invite our panelist, Jean-Paul, to tell us a little bit about preliminary findings happened or we got after conducting baseline, survey, mid-line, and also end-line. What have you seen, or what are the preliminary findings for this mindfulness intervention, which was delivered at GSC Rwasa, and we also had a control school at GSC Rugarama. So the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Clarissa. We are at the early stage of analysis, but we have started finding some emerging results showing the areas where mindfulness has improved for the well-being for teachers and the students. For example, we looked at different areas, life satisfaction, classroom management. We look at the relationship between teacher and the pupils, and work stress. And for the life satisfaction, we have seen that there is the teachers' intervention in school was satisfied at the end line, and the teachers' stress has reduced in the end line comparing with the contrary schools. And also for if you look at the classroom management, the way teachers manage their classes, we didn't find significant change, but looking at the other areas, is showing that mindfulness is improving well-being. And during the interviews with the teachers, they shared how when they feel stressed, they do some of examples I talked about this morning. For example, the HOD, or hands-on desk. Then when they start feeling angry, they practice the 3 minutes breathing or HOD, and then they feel calmer. That is reducing stress, giving the opportunity to focus on their job, improving the life satisfaction as well as job satisfactions. For pupils, we also looked at conduct and emotional difficulties, and also psychological and emotional well-being. We find that at the intervention, there was no big difference from baseline comparing intervention and the control. But what happens was, like at the intervention school, there was no change. They remained stable. Their level of emotional difficulty or emotional well-being remained stable over time. But in a control, students were reported a lot of difficulties, showing that mindfulness was acting or has the effect of protective from emotional difficulty and the psychological problems. That is really suggesting that mindfulness intervention can support the school climate and also improve learners and teachers' well-being, contributing to educational attainment for the schools. Thank you.
Thank you so much for the insightful findings from mindfulness intervention we delivered at GSC Rwasa. Now, before we conclude this panel, I would like to invite each panelist to provide. Our work is on right now. Is our work on right? Is our work on right? No? No, okay. So before we conclude, I would like to invite each panelist to provide a brief reflection on closing this panel. And you can use only 1 minute or even less. What is the most single important message would you like the audience to take away regarding World School Mindfulness Intervention? 1 minute or less for each, starting from Jean-Paul.
Thank you very much. Mindfulness intervention can support or help the learners and educators to achieve the educational attainment.
I would like to request the College of Education to advocate for implementing mindfulness in TTC. And the teacher will be ready to implement it when they will be engaged as a teacher, and there will be no need to make some refresher and training in service. Start by pre-service.
Sure. From my side, I think mindfulness would be a priority to be given to Minister of Education, but also Minister of Health, but mainly to the Minister of Education, as because emotional well-being affects directly the learning outcomes and attendance, and also this can also affect the future productivity. So if we really needed to have a future generation well-trained, we need also to invest more in mindfulness interventions. Thank you.
Thank you. Mine is to the school leadership of GS Rasa. I call upon him actually because we had several interactions with the pupils. So I call upon him to create more opportunities for the pupils to have agency and voice, and their voice to be heard, so that they can thrive emotionally and academically. Thank you.
Thank you. What I could say is that mental health and well-being of the children and adolescents matters. I think mindfulness can be a solution to build emotionally resilient children and adolescents so that they may be strive even in the future. Thank you.
Thank you so much, panelists, for sharing the insights on World Mindfulness Intervention. This is the end of this panel discussion, and please, I invite you to give them a round of applause. So you have to stay here. We are going to ask the audience if they have some questions.
Yes, remember.
The questions for all the presentations made previously, including the panel discussion. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I am Alphonse Benebusenga from the University of Rwanda College of Education. I would like to ask the panelists whether they found this mindfulness, is it something new or it exists? Social-emotional learning. Are they different or are they the same thing? Thank you.
The questions they're asking, I mean, the name of the person they're asking the question to.
The question.
Yeah. Skonirere from Help a Child Rwanda. My question goes to the panelists, but also previous presenters. We all know that early childhood development and education, or early years, matters most. And I've heard that this intervention and the research goes to children from 7 years to 15 years. And I'm wondering why does not this intervention touch to pre-primary children? Again, we all know that children, when they come to school, they bring emotions and behaviors from their families and the communities. So I'm wondering, how does this intervention support parents, families, and communities especially for social behavior change and positive disciplining. Thank you so much.
So to whom are you addressing this question?
Yeah, Professor Wenceslas and the panelists. And maybe for the first question about, Professor Wenceslas may answer that, especially for the intervention target group. Thank you.
Thank you, Bosco. Just to remind you, we had also presenters. We had Pamela, who presented on mindfulness and critical realism. We had Ali, who presented on the approaches to design and deliver the intervention. We also had Dr. Ivan, I think, who presented on the
political economy
analysis of mental health determinants for children and adolescents. Yep.
My name is Ngoboka Jean-Paul. I'm from the College of Education. Building on what Alphonse has said, I think mindfulness now is given a different meaning from what we know. I have learned from here that mindful can be used with any. So this is given a metaphorical meaning rather than the meaning that is common to all the people. So my question will go to Professor Clementine. I want you to elaborate more on concepts like mindful eating, especially from the context of Rwanda. So I want just you to elaborate more on what you meant by mindful eating, because I think there is nothing like being mindful when you are eating. It's more than that. Thank you.
Thank you. I've forgotten to mention a presentation by Dr. Kibul on the perspective of Ethiopia.
Yeah.
So, yeah. Any other questions?
Merci, mesdames et messieurs. My name is Edi Cedric Nyonguru. I'm from UNESCO Commission. I'm Director of Education and Youth. Rome, but also how we can put another inputs in this program. We know that what we have been talking about, everyone here, is on education, but also education starts from home. We have not yet listening something tackling on mental health of parents, because they are the one who providing education, primary education or home education. Most of the issues we have at school level maybe have been generated by home conflict or parents' fairness of providing parenting services. So we have not yet receiving any concern of family mental health support, and also parenting services which will be provided to all child or students in general for social life learning, as Mr. Other one there said. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. So now I think we can give the floor to Prof. Pamela to start responding to the first. Prof. Pamela. You are muted. Prof. Pamela.
Yeah, I'm still here. I'm not. I'm unmuted. according to my computer.
Okay.
Yep. And Nemia can hear me.
Now we can hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. You want me to start responding to the questions? Right. I think, yes, mindfulness is something we all have the potential to be. And it's easier to think about what learning mindfulness enables children and teachers to do, I think, rather than trying to define mindfulness, because when I read the definitions, they're not very helpful. So what learning mindfulness enables the pupils to do is it enables them to concentrate. So instead of sitting in the classroom, looking around, thinking about what they're going to do after school, thinking about what they did before school, wondering which pupil next the teacher's going to hit or shout at, they're able to focus their attention. It enables them to better regulate their emotions. It gives them skills, firstly, so they can focus, so they can concentrate, so they can be in the present moment, as it's put in the literature, right? Secondly, it gives them the skills to make choices, not just to react, but to pause and reflect on their behavior, on what they're going to do before they're going to do. It enables children being kind to self, I think, is how the mindfulness people think about it. I think we might think to be better able to think of themselves as doing okay, as not to be constantly criticizing themselves. Because most schools globally, in terms of the aim of schooling, which is academic success, leave most pupils feeling that they're failing. That's even true of the least able pupils in the streamed classes, when you've got high level classes. So I think so what mindfulness does is enables the pupils to gain those skills, which are what is expected in the classroom. Those same skills enable people to cope with stressors, with mental health challenges. If we give children those skills early in their school career, Nemia, who's our expert on mindfulness, a leading expert on mindfulness in the team, talks about how you can even scaffold that. So you do some simple exercises with the younger children, and you can build up to other exercises. So mindfulness, if it's introduced into primary school, if it's introduced in school from the level, what our research and the research globally suggests, that it can, providing the contextual conditions are appropriate, enable children to both perform better at school, but it's also likely to have a protective factor as they meet more stressors, more challenges when they enter adolescence. If we constantly think of it as a mental health intervention, we're at risk of medicalizing young children. Yeah. So I think that's why I'm so keen to think of it as an education intervention. That doesn't mean that mindfulness cannot also be used as a mental health intervention, and cannot, for example, be used individually or with small groups of children, of adolescents that already have mental health challenges. Secondly, our intervention was about what schools can do. We do know, both from the literature but also from some elements of our research, what parents at reference groups have told us, in some cases what pupils have told us, that as the pupils' behaviour improves, as they become less distracted, less emotional, that actually supports improvements in their mental health. Also, children quite often teach their parents mindfulness exercises. One student in Ethiopia told me that her and her parents and siblings now all did hands on desk at breakfast every day. And her father was finding it was helping him be calmer at work. But there is research that shows that mindfulness can be taught to mothers of preschool-age children, and the mothers use the mindfulness with preschool children. So there is a potential for it there. There's also a lot of research about mindfulness, community-level mindfulness interventions, not clinical, but again designed to improve the well-being of communities. So they're possible. But that research was beyond the scope of what we were doing. We were looking more about how schools can adapt to be better able to support all their pupils. Perhaps Symbian Nemia could say something about the mindfulness, because she knows much more about it than me.
Neve, do you have anything you want to say?
I don't know if they want me to talk on it.
Okay. Thank you so much, Neve. We have a question from the audience. Maybe we can answer it. They asked if mindfulness is new.
Okay, so thank you and lovely to be here. Mindfulness isn't new at all. It's been something that's been around for many decades, years. It has been brought secularly from the late 70s, both into health settings and then into education. So it is not new, and it has been used in sub-Sahara in smaller contexts, but not on the scale that our project brought it to and in schools. So it's not something new, but the cultural adaptation and the way we brought it in our project is something that is new. And has brought more need for research on it as well. There was a question that was asked about SEL and mindfulness. Are they the same? And while they're not exactly the same, they are complementary. They do not compete against each other, but they are complementary. What I would say is mindfulness is a foundation of social emotional learning. But within the social emotional learning within education and schools, it goes much wider than mindfulness, but they are very complementary. I'm not sure as well if you'd like me to answer on the mindful eating part. There is a question on mindful eating.
Okay, but before you go to that, he also asked how mindfulness differs from universal learning program.
Yes, that's what I just spoke about in terms of social emotional learning.
Okay.
So I'm not sure if my answer was heard. It is not the same, but it is complementary to social emotional learning. Okay. It is a foundational approach, but social emotional learning goes much wider than mindfulness, but they do not compete. And mindfulness is a very complementary foundational piece to social emotional learning. But social emotional learning goes further and wider.
Thank you so much. It's clear now. We can go forward for another question, mindfulness eating.
Yes, so mindfulness eating, one of your attendees asked, what is it? Is it just the same? Mindfulness eating has been part of many mindful programs internationally. What we do on our program is we're building it also with compassion. So it's not just aware of what you're eating, but it is even noticing and being aware of where it came from. So we're building connection. It is also in line with the beautiful Ubuntu philosophy in sub-Saharan Africa. In Rwanda, they use the banana, where in Ethiopia, they use strawberries. Here in Ireland, I often use chocolate. So the children are learning, where did this come from? The similarities, the connection that we have. We're also learning a compassion and a gratitude for this item. They're learning how to savor it, how to taste it, how to explore what they're eating. So it's slowing it down. And we even heard feedback from both countries, how it slowed them down, how they really appreciated it. Teachers shared that after the mindful eating, they were also coming to class more energy, more able than previously when they were more tired. So it helps them even slow it down, digest it, but also that gratitude. It also feeds in then to being able to be more aware with other things. So through that development of mindful eating, so it's much more than just paying attention to what they're eating. It's tasting, it's experiencing, but also gratitude, compassion, connection, awareness of where it came from.
Thank you so much, Nate. So we have one question which was addressed to Prof. Wences. Were you with us?
Thank you for giving me the floor. I thought that questions are going to be addressed to the panelists, but I can see even colleagues from abroad are there. That's good. So the question was about the target, isn't it? Why are we targeting children from primary 7 to 15 years? You know, this is a primary, ordinary, secondary. There is no secondary, the advanced. Yeah. So I may say that is a choice. When you are conducting research, you have to select, to choose, isn't it? You have to identify the targets. But you have heard from Professor Pamela some mentioning some research which has been conducted with pre-primary, elsewhere, pre-primary children. So there are some research, they are available. You can maybe go to the Google and find some of these. But for us, the choice was to target the population, children population from maybe 7 to 15 years, unless NAMF has something to add on. Thank you. This is what I can say on this.
The mindfulness has to be age appropriate. The module it was a choice regarding our sample, as our professor said, but it has also considered the is it appropriate to which age? And our module was appropriate to the children from this age. But I think it's possible maybe to adapt this module we have and use those activities that can be done by the children in primary, and to see if they will even be able to process. That is what I can add. We need, if we want to integrate it in pre-primary, we have to think also about the adaptation, if it's possible to have some activity, and if the children with each age can even be able to scan their body to the. That is something that I can add.
Can I also add?
Yes, please.
Can I add? Yeah, so we actually worked with the very young. So the age group that was stated in the presentation from 7 years to 15 years was in relation to the researchers who they collected the data from. And that is ethical and in terms of being able to ask the questions. However, as Professor Pamela shared, we did a universal approach. It was a whole school approach. So we delivered it with the pre-primary schools. They weren't questioned in the questionnaires because of their ability, but they received the mindfulness. And we did it with kindergarten. And actually, the very young are the masters of mindfulness, more so than us. So we have beautiful recordings of the little children dancing with the drums, and we delivered it in an age-appropriate way. So we did it with as young as students as 4, but obviously the practices were adapted so that they could be delivered there. In Ethiopia, we also delivered it with children and young people with intellectual and mental health problems in the school. So with quite a wide range, and we needed to adapt it full. So as Clementine said, being able to scan their bodies, what can they do? So for some of these younger students and for students with intellectual difficulties, we gave different practices so that it could be aligned with it. So we can do it with all ranges, but they need to be adaptable using the skills of the teachers and then the understanding of what that age group is suitable for. But as many of the teachers in the room will know, not all 9-year-olds are the same. You can have a class of 9-year-olds with varying abilities. So the teacher's skill of being able to adapt and that variety is really, really important. And we supported them with the material on how to do so.
Thank you so much, Nith. Now we have only one remaining question where the participant asked how this world mindfulness intervention were implemented. We didn't think about parenting style, and we have seen that the parenting can influence mental well-being of children and adolescents. So we believe that mental well-being of children and adolescents can also influence the mental well-being of parents. But I want to invite our PhD student in this project to say something about it. He's even working on it. 1 minute, please.
Thank you so much, Dr. Clarice, on this. It was really a very important question because we, in our project, we focused on the school climate, but also in our household survey, we linked these causes. We linked the causes of the mental distress from the school. We also understand that they have the causes from the household level, the community there. So in what we did in our research, we really considered, because we, at baseline, we had some psychometric tools to assess the mental distress of the main carers, the mothers. And in the end, we are doing analysis, and that's what I'm doing on my PhD, to link, to see if, because the literature shows that this is bidirectional. She has mentioned that children behavior problem can influence the mental distress of the main carers. And the reverse is true, that if you have depression, for instance, in our context, we know we have PTSD level because of, this can also affect the behavior problem of children, the development. So you are very right that we are doing this, and for intervention, I think Pamela is with us, we can also, why not? We can also expand this intervention to the root cause there in the family. because we know we have the violence, the GBV, we have other family neglect, so we need to treat the underlying cause. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you so much, panelists, and also the participants for being engaged in this panel discussion, and also asking the question about the other previous presentation we had today. I hope you enjoyed the mindfulness sessions we had this day. Now I give the floor to MC.
Yes, thank you. Can I ask you to remain on the stage there? Yeah, thank you very much, the panelists, for sharing your expertise and perspective on promoting children's and adolescents' mental health. Now we're going to proceed. We're going to proceed with tokens of appreciation to the panelists and presenters. The people at the back, are you ready? Yeah, I can see them coming. Yes, we're going to offer tokens of appreciation to the people who have contributed to the fruitful discussions in today's symposium. And the first one goes to Professor Pamela. And I'll call Prof. Wenceslas to come and receive Pamela's gift on our behalf, and the Principal, Prof. Florian, to come and hand the gift, Pamela's gift to Professor Wenceslas. Yes. Yes, that's on behalf of Pamela. And the next one is going to go to Dr. Yeah, you may remain there for a photo. The next one goes to Dr. Kibu, and I'll ask Dr. Ivan Gahima to come and give it to Dr. Kibu. A token of appreciation. Thank you, Kibu. Thank you, Dr. Kibu. The next one is going to go to Anne-Marie. Yes, and Dr. Zeng Guanju, can you come forward and hand the gift to Anne-Marie? Thank you very much, Anne-Marie, for contributing to the discussions today. And the next one is going to go to Dr. Clementine and Dr. Dorothy. Can you come forward and give the gift to Dr. Clementine? Thank you, Clementine, for being with us, and thank you, Dorothy. And the next one is going to be given to Dr. Simbi and Dr. Jean-Paul. Can you come forward and give the gift to Dr. Simbi? Thank you, Simbi, for leading the panel discussion and for your overall contribution to today's sessions. Yeah, so now you can pose for a photo. Be mindful as you move to the upper level of the stage. Yeah, thank you very much, everyone. Now, as we head towards the end of our conference, it's my pleasure now to hand the mic over to Michael to lead the next steps in today's session. So, thank you very much.
Well, just as you heard from my young brother here, we are coming towards the end of this great session. Again, I want to appreciate Clarice. Did I get you right? Isimbi, sorry. I mean, a round of applause to Isimbi, and I'll tell you why. And to the panelists that were the last here. You ever read this statement that being able to operate under pressure? You did the best, and you did it very well under constraining circumstances, and we appreciate you for that. And it's not that we wanted to do that, but we also wanted to be mindful of the time that we have, and also create some curiosity that someone who didn't get enough from you can sit with you during lunchtime and get here from you. So please, if you have any question that was not answered, please join these colleagues during lunchtime and network. So every time you shorten, you create opportunities for networking. So thank you so much, all of you. And we have 2 minutes that belong to the audience. Is there anyone in the audience that wants to say something, a remark, a statement, or anything? I know most of you were with us during the cocktail last night. We had time to share news, network, talk, etc. Hari umuntu waba uri muri audience ukeneye iminota 2. Tukayimuha rwose akagira statement cyangwa akanadusuhuza. Please, nizere ko umwanya w'iminota 2 mutayipusha ubusa. Arahari? Okay, thank you, sir. Microphone over to you. Nukoresha 1.5, ubwo uraba creating time for 1.5, undi muntu uri hafi aho ngaho. Saying that if you use 1.5 minutes, maybe an opportunity for 1.5 minutes to another person as we wind up.
Okay, thank you so much for this time. My name is Twahirwa Jean-Claude. I'm a head teacher of a secondary school, which has been serving as a feasibility school under the project of adolescence and well-being. So what I have is a word of appreciation. Under this project, we have benefited a lot, and we have left with some tools, and we assure you that we will sustain what we have benefited so that our learners can keep attaining positive learning outcomes. So thank you so much, Prof, and your team for all what you did. Much appreciation. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We couldn't have done much without you. So we really appreciate you, and we appreciate that you're going to promote this concept in your schools. 1 more minute. Anyone out there? When you're in front here, you can't see very well. I'm not good at blue. So please, anyone else? Okay, can you? shaka umuntu wa mikoro.
Okay.
Nutinda buri mugusoba we uri kuri imbere hafi aho ngaho. But thank you so much. Thank you so much. Okay, how are you today?
I'm very fine, thank you very much.
All right, tell us something about today and about yourself, if you don't mind.
Okay. Thank you very much. I'm by names of Dr. Aline Dorimana from Mount Kigali University. What I can add is a word of appreciation. Really, I'm so grateful to be in this conference because I have learned a lot to be mindful all the time of whatever we are doing, whether you are in education, whether you are sitting in the office, whether you have children. Of course you need to treat them, but of course you need to be mindful of that. So we really appreciate, and I'm here as representing the Vice Chancellor of Mount Kigali University. Thank you very much.
Thank you, thank you. That was very great coincidence. We love partners. Without you, possibly we couldn't have made this one a success. Now, as we come to, we have 3 activities. You're going to briefly hear from me, just a statement. Then I will hear from the convener, Prof. Wenceslas. And then we hear from the closing remarks from the principal. And then when we head out to lunch, those who are going to visit the memorial also get ready in the afternoon. So on behalf, I'm Michael Tsime Rwibasira. I've been in the background there working with other team members. I'm the chair to the organizing committee of this conference. With me, I've worked tirelessly with other strong people from other committees to make this happen and successful. So I wanted to appreciate the scientific committee members chaired by Prof. Jean. He may not be here. He's still doing a great job with all the abstracts, even when we are here. So a round of applause to him. And that includes also everyone who has tirelessly worked with him on their scientific committee. If you got news on time, got everything that you need, we had the Public Relations and Communications Committee. Dr. Batreme, are you with us here? These guys work so hard. They are still doing stuff even when we are wrapping up, making some communication packages. So we wanted to appreciate them as well. We wanted to appreciate, of course, the protocol teams that have helped us through. No one got lost. This is a very complicated structure too. So if you didn't get lost on the stairs or somewhere, we want to appreciate them as well. Most of them, yes. Most of them are our students who do a great job. We wanted to appreciate them, but also for those who helped them out. Then we have partners, including quite a number of universities represented here. You were recognized, but we also want to exercise prudent when we are working with you. This is one conference. We already have promises that we are going to be co-hosting together, and we take that seriously. We'll be reaching out to you soon as we organize the next conference. So if you're a university leader, representative here, we love collaborations because that's what can only sustain such gatherings. So we'll come back to you for formalization, but also reach out to us so that we do it together. That was that. And you were recognized, different members from different countries. I know the convener is going to repeat that. I don't want to go into that. Mine was just to say thank you immensely. Thank you for being active. And I know the last session is always tough. We talk about mindfulness and resting, and then we have these very, very great presentations. Even before I came here, I was guided to let you stand, but I know you can stand well seated. So that is also possible creatively. I'm going to invite the convener to come and make his remarks. And then after that, convener, invite the principal to make his remarks. Thank you so much. After that, I'll possibly invite you for lunch in advance if I don't come back here.
Thank you, Michael. giving me the floor. Principal of University of Rwanda College of Education and the guest of honor. Ladies and gentlemen, all protocol observed. Good afternoon. I feel tired, but it has been a very tough day, but later we are moving toward the end. So, as we come to the close of this fourth international conference of the University of Rwanda College of Education, I am filled with a deep sense of gratitude, pride, and optimism. Because over the past 3 days, we have gathered under the overarching theme, which is here on the banner, reshaping education for sustainable development. And the theme for this year was, again, it is there, building a sustainable future through pedagogical innovation, inclusion, and resilience. Together, we have explored innovative ideas, shared research findings, reflected on policy and practice, and strengthened partnerships. It is really an opportunity to strengthen our partnerships within our various institutions, but also researchers and colleagues. This is really essential for transforming education in Rwanda, Africa, and beyond. The richness of the keynote presentations, symposium, panel discussions, and parallel paper sessions has demonstrated that the future of education depends not only on knowledge generation, but also on our collective capacity to innovate, collaborate, and respond to emerging challenges with creativity and resilience. Ladies and gentlemen, this conference has once again confirmed that sustainable educational transformation requires institutions that are inclusive, educators who are effective and innovative, and learners who are empowered to become responsive citizens capable of shaping a better future. This year, we welcomed about 127 participants. If the records I was given are right, 127 participants. I think it is quite a good attendance from more than 7 countries, including Rwanda, Uganda, Kenya, Finland, Ghana, Eritrea, South Africa. I would like to express my sincere appreciation to all presenters whose scholarly contribution enriched our discussions. The quality of the papers presented reflects the growing strengths of educational research and innovation within our universities and partner institutions. I encourage all authors to continue refining their work for publication so that the knowledge shared here can reach a wider audience and contribute to educational policy and practice. I am pleased to confirm that all abstracts from this conference will be processed for inclusion in our official proceedings. Authors wishing to submit full papers to the Rwandan Journal of Education, this is the journal of the College of Education, are encouraged to do so through the regular channels to be communicated maybe later by the chief editor. But if we want also to publish in another reputable journal, why not? If we have been able to identify such a journal. I wish to acknowledge with profound gratitude the support of our partners and sponsors, particularly, as I put here, again on the banner, the Higher Education Pedagogies for Teacher Education project, the Quality-Based Education in Higher Education and the Community Development project, and the NHR Global Health Research Group on promoting child and adolescent well-being in sub-Saharan Africa. Through their support, this conference has provided an important platform for advancing research, capacity building, international collaboration, and education innovation. The success of this conference and the project showcased over the past 3 days remind us of the wisdom of the African proverb, which says that if we want to go fast, go alone. But if we want to go far, go together. For us, we are opting for the second. And such a gathering every year will help us really to go far and together. The collaboration among universities, researchers, and policymakers, schools, and development partners demonstrate that meaningful educational transformation is achieved through collective effort. I would like to remind maybe Nelson Mandela's famous statement that education is the most powerful weapon which you can use to change the world. Likewise, Paulo Freire, the famous education specialist in Brazil, observes that education does not change the world. Education changes people, and people change the world. These reflections remind us that the responsibility we carry as educators, researchers, and leaders extends far beyond this conference hall. Ladies and gentlemen, as we depart, let us remain committed to advancing pedagogical innovation, promoting inclusion, strengthening resilience, and ensuring that education continues to serve as a powerful force for sustainable development and social transformation. As I conclude my remarks, I want to, once again, as the chair of the organizing committee said, I want really to thank the entire conference organizing committee for their valuable participation, leadership, and unwavering commitment towards successful organization of this workshop. But again, they work together with the scientific committee and the public relations and communication committee. All of you, we thank you for the work well done. I wish all our international and local participants safe travels and continued success in your academic and professional endeavors. As we conclude together this fourth conference, it is important to remember that the conversation initiated here do not end today. Rather, they lay the foundation for future dialogue and collaboration in this spirit. I am pleased to propose a tentative theme for our fifth international conference in 2027, next year. I am thinking loudly. It is just to provoke you so that you can also compliment and maybe through emails. I am suggesting that the next theme will be, for instance, transforming education through leadership, partnerships, and innovation for sustainable development. Or, why not, from innovation to impact, transforming education for sustainable and inclusive futures. These are some of the ideas which came when I was trying to prepare these remarks. We look forward to welcoming you again in the 5th International Conference. Let me say or suggest that maybe in May 2027, or why not, even before. But this is what I'm suggesting, welcoming you at the 5th in May 2027 International Conference of the University of Rwanda College of Education. Thank you very much. By this, at this stage, may I invite the principal of the College of Education to come and give the closing remarks. Over to you, please.
So, good afternoon. Do you still have an energy to run this very last session? So, I think most of my words have been spoken or shared by the preceding speakers, whom I thank very well. Prof. Mike, just for the thanks addressed to participants, but also to the organizing committee. So behind this conference, we know that preparations are so heavy, and when we are near the conference, we see things happening, and when we start and we roll out, now we are at the end. We are grateful to everyone has contributed, including you participants. I'm standing here like 2 in 1. So I have to offer my
closing remarks, but also doing it on behalf of the Vice Chancellor of the University of Rwanda, who couldn't make it, but I have received the message from himself that he trusts that I can smoothly close this conference. So I'm 2-in-1, right? I used to forget, and I have taken a note aside of my speech to ensure that I thank the various categories of participants who participated in this conference in various capacities. And they have been mentioned, but I want to emphasize and recognize their contribution, their participation on behalf of the University of Rwanda and the College of Education in particular. So I will start from the government institution. Okay, the order doesn't matter much, but we want everyone to be mentioned really as we address our message of gratitude. We have had government partners, Rwanda Basic Education Board, Higher Education Council, Rwanda Biomedical Center, and also the closest stakeholder to the government, Rwanda, World Bank, Rwanda. So we are grateful. We are really grateful for your participation and your contribution, because most of these institutions participated in various panels, sharing their ideas and insights that inform really the learning from this forum. Second, we are grateful to the participation of our sister academic institutions. I start from my own institution. We are the College of Education, specialized in education, but we're grateful to see the participation of our sister colleges, the College of Arts and Social Science, the College of Economics, of Business and Economics. The principal himself was there, but he had another urgent meeting. Also, the College of Medicine and Health Sciences. This reflects the multidisciplinarity nature of our university and, of course, of education itself, that everyone has to contribute so that we can reach our goal, achieve our goal, and reach our target. We have also partner private universities, the Catholic University of Rwanda, the East African University of Rwanda, and also we have Mount Kigali University, and maybe others. We thank you very much, and really we invite you to join this platform, Reshaping Education for Sustainable Development. It is a continuous discussion that we have to align with the context. We have also partner universities from abroad, especially partnering with us in implementing some key projects. Some of those projects where findings were disseminated and shared. The findings shared with us, starting from the today partners, Aberdeen University, Prof. Pamela and the colleagues, we thank you very much. The University of Ethiopia, thank you for joining us in person. We thank you very, very much. And then we have other development partners. Help a Child, it is an organization we work with. Inspire, Educate, and Empower Rwanda. Right to Pray, UNESCO, UNICEF, you are really present, and British Council, they were really part of us. And Also, we have partner schools. Today, in the findings and among the partner schools, you heard that they were involved in this mindful-related project. But also, yesterday, you saw that the schools are really key partners in implementing the professional development for teachers, and we're happy to visit their exhibition, demonstrating that really we are moving from STEM education theory to the real practice with tangible products and processes. On this list, I missed one other partner, but it is worth mentioning. In the first session, the first day, we're also with our partner from Rwanda Polytechnic, and also our partners from Finnish institution. So if I have forgotten some institution, please, it's not intentional, it's because maybe I couldn't compile. And also on the list, I see African Center for School Leadership. Thank you for always being with us. Now back to my two-in-one message. Over the past 3 days, we have engaged ourselves in meaningful dialogue, shared research and project findings, explored innovative teaching practice, reflected on the challenges and opportunities facing education system in our countries and across the world. The richness of our discussions has reaffirmed an important truth that the future of education depends not only on what we teach, the curriculum itself, but also how we teach it, the pedagogy, whom we include, the learners and other stakeholders, the teachers, and how effectively we respond to the change. That is very important. Through various presentations and discussion panels, this conference has highlighted the critical role of pedagogical innovation in preparing learners for an increasingly complex and technology-driven world. We have been we have seen inspiring examples of creative teaching methodologies. Yesterday, if you do remember, there was a teacher of chemistry who shared her experience and how really he's improving her teaching methodology. And there might be many examples similar to hers. Emerging technologies and learner-centered approach that are reshaping classrooms and expanding opportunity for our students. Equally important has been our focus on inclusion. We have been reminded that the quality of education can only be achieved when every learner, regardless of background, ability, gender, socioeconomic status, or any circumstances, is given the opportunity to thrive. Inclusion is not merely a policy objective, it is a moral imperative and a foundation for equitable and sustainable development that provides opportunity for all. Our conversation on resilience have also been particularly timely, I think. Recent global challenges, starting from the COVID pandemic, the recurrent political conflict across the world, the climate change, the emerging technologies, and other challenges have demonstrated the need for education system to adapt, recover, and continue to serve learner learners under changing conditions, building resilient institution, and also educators and learners at the same time should remain essential for ensuring continuity, equity, and excellence in education. As we leave this conference, I encourage you participants to carry forward the ideas and the commitment that have emerged from our discussions. Let's transform knowledge into action, research into practices and policies, collaboration into lasting impact. The true measure of this conference will not be the presentation delivered or the papers to be published, but the positive change we inspire in our schools, in our academic institutions, universities, communities, and our education system. I would like to extend my appreciation once again to the organizing committee. Can you please clap for them? For meticulous preparation and rollout of this conference, which is now a success because we are toward the end. The technical support team, starting from the live streaming, the protocol, please you clap for them. They did what they could do. The keynote speakers, starting from those today and others. The panelists, presenters in different breakout sessions. The partners who consistently attended up to this last minute. To you all participants, your dedication made this conference a success. Your expertise, enthusiasm, and attention to details and immediate feedback has enriched this conference. On behalf of the University of Rwanda, and more specifically, the College of Education, the host of this forum, and the organizing committee, we thank you for being part of this important journey. May the connections established here continue to grow, and may our collective efforts contribute to our future, that education is innovative, inclusive, resilient, and accessible to all. As we depart from this venue, I wish you safe travel from here to your home, and of course, every success in your endeavors, and you keep reflecting on how best we can shape our education to align with the moment. It is on these notes that I hereby declare that the 4th International Conference on Reshaping Education for Sustainable Development under the theme Building a Sustainable Future Education through Pedagogical Innovation, Inclusion, and Resilience officially adjourned. Thank you.
Thank you, dear Principal. After your speech, I'm not going to deliver any other speech, but there are a couple of announcements that I want to give. The first one is about the visit to the Genocide Memorial Site. Bus will be departing this place at 3:30. So they're parked in front of this building. So be mindful as you go have lunch. Be mindful of that time. The second is about certificates of appreciation. I've been advised that they are already in your mailboxes, so check. And that's a good memory for and appreciation, another appreciation token for being with us. So thank you so much. Over to lunch now.
See you there.